My name is Marcin Skotniczny. I'm one of the founders of Software Mention. And I have great pleasure welcoming you to the second edition of App.js Conference after we had to cancel the two previous ones. I hope you have great time listening to all the inspiring talks we have prepared for you from speakers from all around the world. I hope you enjoy the networking in the breaks, and I hope you have a lot of fun. Certainly I will, at the party at the end of the conference. The first speaker, Charlie Cheever, coming in with his keynote. So yeah, I will give him the stage.
Wow. Hey, I'm Charlie. It's so cool to see everyone here. I know so many faces here from the internet, and it's so rare to see you all together in one place in real life. There's so many people doing so many cool things here. It's awesome. And thank you so much, Software Mansion, for putting on this event. They do everything really, really well, and this is like no exception. This is probably my favorite tech conference ever. No one can see my slides? Okay. Well, I guess I can just talk. But I'm the CEO of Expo, and I just want to share a little bit about where Expo is now and what we've been working on, and then talk a little bit about what's happening next and where we're going. In 2022, Expo's come a long, long way from where we were the last time this conference happened before the pandemic. So now we've got every single day, we've got tens of millions of users using hundreds of thousands of different Expo apps across the entire iOS and Google app stores. And Expo, the repository, is used by 475,000 plus repositories on GitHub, and that number is probably going to cross 500,000 in a few days. And then another really cool stat is that in 2022, for the first time, more than half of the projects using React Native are now using Expo. So we've crossed that threshold from under 50% to probably above 60% this year. So Expo is becoming more popular within the React Native community, and that's really exciting. So I wanted to share a quick story about one of those apps that I was mentioning. This is Dr. Tim Spector. He's a well-known epidemiologist in the UK. And for the last couple of years, he's been studying microbiome, gut health, things like that. And so a couple of years ago, he decided to join up with some technologists and start a company called Zoe, focused on personal nutrition and figuring out what's in your gut and controlling your weight and making you healthy through that. But then COVID happened, and it changed everything. And the team had a new idea. And basically, their idea was that we need to do something to help out with COVID because that's the biggest health issue facing people today. And we've got people on our team with backgrounds in epidemiology, data science, and building technology products. There must be something we can do. And so the idea that they came up with was that they would build a symptom tracker. And the idea was basically if we can build an app that asks people how they're feeling every single day and asks what symptoms they have and what's going on, we can identify where COVID is growing and where it's sprouting up and how it's affecting people. And this is right at the beginning of COVID, so there weren't rapid tests yet. Nobody really knew what was going on, and everyone was really, really scared. No one knew how big a deal it would be or how small a deal it would be. And so this was a really good idea. And so the challenge was they said, OK, we've got to build this really, really fast because people are starting to die. Let's give ourselves 36 hours to build the most minimal of MVPs. And they did it. And what's crazy about it is they didn't have anyone on their team who's built apps before. They basically had some generalist full-stack engineers and some web engineers. But one of them had played around a little bit with Expo just to sort of experiment to see if they wanted to use it for something else related to their nutrition product. And they basically were all able to learn it and start building right away and get something really, really basic together in literally a day and a half. And they submitted it to the app stores. They submitted it to Apple and they submitted it to Google. While they were waiting for it to get reviewed over the next couple of days, they kept working on it. And they used the OTA updates from Expo to keep pushing those changes to the app as soon as they were ready. And by the time the app was sort of approved for release 4 days later, their app had gotten a whole lot better. And then 4 days later, it goes live. What's crazy was COVID was the #1 news story that week, obviously, because it was starting to become a huge thing in the world. And so their app launch actually got a ton of attention because it was probably the first COVID app out there. And the first day, they had 250,000 people sign up because they had all these press stories. And then it kind of went viral from there. And they actually went from just having an idea to literally having 1 million people using their app every single day in 1 week from beginning to end. And what's awesome to me is that's kind of why we've been working on Expo. Is so you can have an idea like that, and you can make it happen and get on both platforms and make it an actually good app and make it something that people want to use all in the span of time, literally a week. And if you think about what that would have taken if you were building with Kotlin and Swift and hiring 2 teams and the lead time on hiring those kind of people, there's no way you could have done it. And there's also, without OTA updates, they couldn't have made that app better and better and better over the course of the week and over the course of the next couple of weeks. And they couldn't have kept it as being one of the most popular apps. So there are a ton of things there that are really, really important. But as an app grows up from there, a lot of you in this room must know that that's not the story of most apps doesn't end there. And what you end up with is you sort of end up with something where you're like, OK, this is awesome, but now I want to add something more complicated to my app. Either I need some analytics that make my app, my company uses a particular analytics product, and we need a native module to track those things. Or I want to do something fancy with the camera, and I need to write my own camera module, or I need to use React Native Vision Camera or something. And you need to add some custom native code to your app, and all of a sudden, your life would get way more complicated. And so this whole process of ejecting and adding custom native modules was really, really gnarly for people. And so what we found was that they basically we needed to do more to unlock the full power of the platforms and the full power of native apps. We just found that we were hearing from developers over and over that they didn't like to make this choice of I'm really happy with the workflow I have where I just use the Expo Go client from the app stores, and I can just worry about writing React code. But I also really want to use this one native module. And now I'm stuck with, there's this fork in the road, and I don't want to pick a direction. And so we basically built a set of things that we think give you the best of both worlds, and now you don't have to make that choice anymore. The first thing in this list is what we call the dev client. This is a really important piece of the puzzle. And it's basically like an Expo Go client that's just for your app. And so it's really, really similar to the Expo Go client from the App Store, but it's going to include the specific native code that's exactly what your app needs. So you can take away stuff if you don't need it, and your app can be small, and you can add whatever native modules you want. Those can be native modules that you wrote yourself or stuff from third parties. And then you get that on your device, and you can connect to it with the regular Expo dev tools, and you can develop your app in basically the same way that you're used to with Expo Go client from the App Store, but now you're using any native module you want. That is a really big deal. I'm really excited today to announce that the Expo dev client, is now in 1.0 and out of beta and ready to use by everybody. So if you're needing native modules, this is your path. The next thing, though, is people also just have a lot of trouble building stuff. Once you start needing to include custom native code, you need to do your own build. You can't just use the Expo Go client from the App Store anymore. And so what people faced in the past was they would have to get a Mac if they want to do an iOS build, or get a pretty high-powered Windows or Linux machine or Mac to do Android. And it would take a lot of time, it would take a lot of RAM, it would take a lot of hard drive space, and grind their CPU to a halt. And also, it just takes a long time to download Xcode and Android Studio. It takes a lot of work to keep those up to date. A lot of times, people would lose half a day of productivity just because they had to download a new version of one of those Xcode or Android Studios. So what we've built is what we call EAS Build, which is basically a hosted solution for building your apps. We move all that to the cloud. And what's awesome about EAS Build is it can basically do any kind of build that you need. It works across iOS and Android, and it can build a dev client. So you don't have to build a dev client yourself on your own computer. You can build it in the cloud. And so you can now, add your own native modules, build them in the cloud, and then be using a dev client to develop with whatever native code you want without needing to have a Mac, without needing to have a high-powered computer, without needing to have Xcode or Android Studio on your machine. You can also use ES Build to do internal distribution builds for testing. So if you want to send something to another member of your team to look at or something like that, or you need to do a test flight build, ES Build can also handle those. And also, it can do those builds that you submit to the app stores, like your production builds. ES Build can handle all of those things. And so, this is now available, and it can handle any React Native project or Expo project. So where we're going from there is that we now can start to think of Expo as a platform. And it's basically like all these libraries that people are writing, now we can help people make them much easier to use on Expo so that it becomes just a richer ecosystem. And the key way that we're doing that is something we call config plugins. The way that I think of config plugins is basically like when you install a custom native module in a React Native project, there's usually 2 steps to the process. Step 1 is sort of npm installing that module, and then step 2 is like reading the whole README in GitHub and following like 5 or 6 different instructions where you're maybe modifying the app delegate, maybe you're modifying some JSON configuration file, maybe you're modifying some other Xcode configuration file or something like that. And there's just a bunch of steps that you usually have to do to use anything that's like a very complicated native module. And so what a config plugin is it's basically a way of automating and writing an automated description of what needs to happen to make a native module work in a project. And so when you build one of these for your library, it makes it so much easier for people to use because they don't have to go follow all those steps anymore. They just have to do this one step of adding the config plugin to their project. And then the system will do it for them. So we've already seen a lot of adoption of this across the whole ecosystem. All these different libraries up here have already got config plugins written for them. And it's really easy to write these. So many more, like basically most authors of libraries in the ecosystem are already writing these. And so even though this is like a fairly new system, it's already pretty widely adopted, and we're already seeing almost 1 million weekly downloads per week of config plugins. So if you're a library author, and I see a lot of you out there, you should definitely be writing an Expo config plugin for your library, because there's so many users out there that will have so much easier of a time using this. The other really cool thing about config plugins is that they're part of the whole solution that means you don't need to eject anymore in almost every case. And the reason for that is that when you think about what ejecting does, it's basically like when you eject, you say, hey, give me the iOS directory of my project, give me the Android directory of my project, and let me take responsibility for those. And so when you do that, you get the power to do whatever you want with all that code and all those configuration files or whatever. But the downside of that is that you also take on that burden and that responsibility and all that complexity. And that's a big headache. And so the awesome thing about config plugins is you can have a project where you don't even see the Android directory or the iOS directory, but you can still install a native module that needs to make changes there, because ESBuild and the system can run the pre-build steps to actually do everything in the config plugin instructions and take care of tweaking the Android and iOS directories in the way they need to make all these native modules work together. So you can manage all that. You can have the system manage all that stuff for you. And so you basically don't need to handle this question anymore of like, what do I do with this fork in the road? Do I eject and get all this power, or do I stay in my nice, safe zone where I can just worry about writing JavaScript for the most part? Now you can basically get both. So really excited about all this, and we hope that most of you end up moving to this over time as your projects get complicated. Obviously, we're still going to support Expo Go client because that's a great way to start projects and do snacks and things like that. OK, so here's another thing that's weird to me, changing gears a little bit. Here's a graph, and it's basically showing how people use the internet, broken down on desktop versus mobile. And you can see the dark lines of the mobile thing just keep going up. And it's still going up, and maybe even accelerating. And it's basically just people are using their mobile phones more and more. I don't really need to show you this graph to convince you of that, probably. But if you just look around, you think about your own behavior, your family, whatever, all of you are probably using their mobile phones more and more every week, every year. And more things, if you played Fortnite, you probably played it on PC a couple years ago. And then if it weren't banned from the App Store, you'd be probably playing it on iPad now or something like that. Like, these things are just happening. And then what people are doing with their mobile phones is that they're using apps instead of websites. This particular study I found said that 90% of mobile time is spent in apps and only 10% is on the rest of the internet. And that's pretty congruent with what I see in my own behavior. And so the weird thing about all this, though, is like, if you think about what developers are doing, they're not building apps at the same rate they're building websites. Developers are still building websites all the time. Like, here's a graph that shows that literally 15 times as many downloads are happening for React DOM instead of React Native. And it's not just React DOM and React Native. This is just true. Think about how many native developers you know, or app developers you know, and think about how many people you know who build websites all the time. We all probably know 10 times as many people that build websites somehow. And so there's this weird, weird thing where all these people want to, people everywhere want to use apps. They want that rich behavior. They want the interactions. They want the smoothness. They want to use the full power of their devices. They want all the things that come with apps for using. But then for building, we're all still building websites for some reason, or almost all of us. And so there's a whole bunch of reasons why. Here's a list of a bunch of them. They're not all about it being too hard to build. I think we've done a really good job. All the people working on React Native, all the people working on Expo, and also even people working on stuff like Flutter, we've made it a lot easier to like do just the building part of building apps. But there's all these other elements here. Like the biggest one in the center of this chart here is distribution. Like just getting people the software you make is a huge deal. It's a huge headache. And so like where we're going next with Expo is basically like, how can we just like get rid of every one of these issues and make it so that like the world comes back into balance and like developers can build software the way that people want to use it, and we can all like build apps. And so here's some of the ways that we're already working on that. So like the first one is like EAS update. That's the next version of the OTA updates that we've always had, and this is enterprise grade. It's more powerful. It handles like different versions of your native runtime better, and a whole bunch of other things better. It handles like lining up Git branches with your deployments and things like that. And basically what that lets you do is, like, in my mind, the most important thing here is that the best practice in web development these days is like all about continuous deployment. You make a change, it goes live seconds or minutes later. And you're just like constantly able to react to things that are going wrong or going right, or how you want to make your website better. And almost everybody using modern websites is using things like Netlify and Vercel to do this. And EAS Update is a way to do this for your mobile apps. You can make a change, and it can be live to your users a minute later. And that's awesome. You can make 100 changes a day. You don't have to wait for a 2-week release cadence or anything like that. So this is one way that chips away at the whole deployment problem. Another thing that's just like a huge, tedious pain in the butt when you're building an app is submitting to the app stores for review. Like, there are so many projects that I've built that are like a really nifty little demo. Like, I made part of a Wordle clone the other day, and I would have sent it to some friends, but submitting to the App Store probably would have taken longer than it actually took to build that app. And there's so many questions that you have to answer, and there's so many steps you have to go through. And like, there's the Play Store and the iOS App Store, and you have to submit to both. There's such a big headache here. And so part of the solution here is we've built this thing called EAS Submit, which is basically a submission service. It'll help you just submit your binaries to the App Store for review. One really cool thing about it is it's integrated really well with EAS Build, which means that you can do something like, if you build an App Store build with EAS Build, you don't have to download that build artifact to your own computer and upload it again. Our servers can just send it directly to the App Store for you. There's actually an auto-submit option you can put in EAS Build that will just use EAS Submit to directly submit that build to the App Store for you. And then complementing that, today we're actually, or at least in the next release of EAS CLI, we're releasing something called EAS Metadata, the first version of it. And this basically helps you with filling out all those super annoying forms and when you're submitting your app. So like, here's one example of just like all these age rating questions. Like, one of the examples here that's sort of ridiculous is, does your app contain simulated gambling? Like, most of us have written apps in this room. Probably very few of us have written apps that use simulated gambling. But we have to go through and we have to think about these 100 different questions. It's like going to the DMV, or you don't know what that is if you're not American, but it's like getting your driver's license or dealing with one of these bureaucracies. It's really annoying and takes a ton of time and sucks all the fun and life out of the development process. So what EAS Metadata does is that we're basically trying to like standardize this, make it easier for you to have this versioned and taken care of automatically as much as possible. And so this will sort of answer all these questions in the default way, figure out if you're using modules that should be answered in unusual ways, and then keep that in sync across iOS and Android and things like that, and just help you keep that working. So in the next version of EAS CLI release, just type EAS metadata and --help, and you can see all about this. And you can find docs on our website. And then the last piece of the puzzle that I think is really, really important is basically just like web. Like, I talked a lot about like why web is so awesome to develop for all these reasons, and why apps kind of suck for all these reasons, and that's why the world is in this weird state where there's this imbalance. But part of the answer here is actually to embrace web and to just say like, hey, when people build an app, they almost always actually want a website too. And like, you see, even with the most app of app products, like think about like TikTok. They have a website where you can reset your password, or you can just view a video if you haven't downloaded the app yet, or even the most basic stuff out there, like maybe your app just needs a landing page that just says, go to this App Store link and download it. And so But like most products these days, you probably want to have the same product built for iOS and Android and web. Like if you think about what Instagram does, for example. If you go to the Instagram website, especially the mobile website, it's basically pixel for pixel the same product as their iOS app or their Android app. And that's what people want. And what's really, really cool is that it's already been theoretically possible to do this for a while with technologies like React Native Web and Expo Web and a bunch of other things that people have been working on. But in the last couple months and year, a bunch of progress has been made that makes this pretty reasonable, and we're seeing more and more people doing this. And we're going to invest a lot more in the next year or two and just sort of making web a first-class citizen here so that Expo can really target iOS, Android, and web and give you all those solutions from a single code base. I want to give a really special shout-out here to Fernando Rowe, who's really been leading the charge here and making Solido, which is an awesome library. The best practice that we found is basically that with web, you need certain things like SEO, which usually comes from doing SSR. And the best way to do that right now these days is to use Next.js, which is a great library. And so a bunch of people have been doing good work to make React Native work pretty well with Next.js and just bundle that all up together. And so we think that's the current best way to do things, and we're going to be embracing that and trying to make that work. So that's kind of gives you an idea of where we're going. We're the future that we see is basically everybody who's thinking about building a piece of software for someone should think about, I'm building an app, and it's going to be on iOS, and it's going to be native on iOS, and it's going to be native on Android, and it's going to be also native on the web to the web. And I'm going to target all these platforms instead of making this decision, should I do the easy thing and build a website, or should I do the actually good thing and build an app, or I have this fork in the road, and forks in the road are bad. So anyway, we're really excited to see all of you here. I'm so happy to be here, and we can't wait to see what you build with Expo and React Native and everything else here. Thanks so much for having me, and yeah, I think next up is Evan Bacon.
All right. What's up, everyone? I'm Evan Bacon. I am the manager of developer tools at Expo, and today I'm extremely excited to show you guys some of the stuff that we've been working on that will revolutionize the way we build and deploy mobile applications. So right off the bat, I want to talk about our advancements in app deployment. Now, Expo is the easiest way to get your app into the hands of users. With EAS Build, you can submit your React Native app binary to the App Store, 0 config, in a single line in the terminal. And this will get you as far as your app processing in the stores. But there's, you can't actually submit your app until you fill out all of this metadata and upload all of your screenshots, get an app review, all of which is done through an immeasurably slow website. I mean, it doesn't even measure the performance. It's quite slow. So, is there a better way? And there is. Charlie just mentioned it. It's EAS metadata, which we are extremely, extremely excited about. We've been trying to get this into production for a very long time, and it's finally coming. So, with EAS metadata, users will finally be able to automate the entire Apple App Store submission process from the command line. You never have to leave. You can automate everything. Users can define their App Store metadata through a brand new file called the store.config.json. And this can be generated based on any existing apps in the App Store, which means it's incredibly easy to get started right away. Your metadata and screenshots can then be uploaded to the App Store through EAS CLI in a single command. And having local metadata means we can add features like live metadata linting, which can instantly warn you from your editor if your app is using language that is known to cause an App Store rejection, which ultimately saves you days of time in App Store review, which is also pretty awesome. Very excited. It gets better. So, localizing all of your metadata from that App Store web UI is extremely slow and difficult work, and it often results in apps only being released in the region where they were built, by the developer who built them. And this means you're only releasing to a subset of your users. With EAS metadata, you'll be able to run your metadata through actions using JavaScript. This can enable custom features like automated change logs, white labeling, or even localizing all of your metadata for every app store, which effectively means that you can deploy your app globally and reach all users in an instant, bringing mobile app development even closer to the web than ever before. So this is going to be released in beta in the next few days, and then the more advanced functionality will be coming in stable releases, and we're super excited about this. Great work to Cedric Van Putten, who we actually met at the last App.js Conf, and now he's building our Keynote features, so it's a very exciting time. Now, next, I want to talk about app development. We've been building tools for developing apps for years now, and all these tools ended up in the Expo CLI. We have stuff for bundling, cloud services, a lot of utilities, but this has turned it into a very monolithic and very large package, which has led to some inconveniences, like it takes forever to install it locally. And also, if there's any sort of change that happens to any tool, we have to update all tools at once. So if people have used Expo, they're probably very intimately familiar with this dialogue here, and this will all be going away, because the next logical step is to split up the CLI in a way that scales better and more accurately for your needs. So over the last year, we've done just that. We've created a brand new versioned Expo CLI and a new bootstrapping command, create Expo app, which is the fastest way to get started. So now, instead of installing a global CLI, you can simply run create Expo app, which is very fast. Just get started, very simple interface. And this is actually 60% faster and 150 times smaller than the other bootstrapping methods, which is really great for lower-end devices or areas where you have less good network connection, just making it substantially easier and more powerful to create apps. And let's also talk about this new versioned CLI that will be ultimately replacing Expo CLI in the coming months. So the version CLI, your dev tools will now live inside of each and every application. This is really great for CI because it means that there's less configuration required up front, improved caching, just a lot easier. And it's very reliable. So in the past, well, today, if you have a global CLI and you have very old apps that you leave for a few years and you come back to, the global CLI will have to be downgraded in order to make those run. But now you can leave your app for years and come back to it working exactly as expected, which just is a massive leap forward in backwards compatibility, which is something that we strive to bring to native in the same way that it's been brought to web. But in order to do this, we had to rewrite the entire CLI, making it 2 times smaller with twice as less dependencies so that it's just more robust. And instead of running Expo Start, you'll now run npx Expo Start. And this is coming in SDK 46, so next month. And you can use it today with the beta flag if you want to get started trying it out. And what's really, really exciting about this is this has been blocking a lot of functionality and features that we've been trying to push for a very long time. Expo has been pushing advancements in native bundling for years now, but all of our advancements have all been out of tree. They haven't been upstreamed into what people use on an everyday basis. So going forward, we can now start to really push the boundaries of bundling. One example of this is universal Metro bundling, which provides fast refresh from the same server across iOS, Android, and web. Metro Web is a substantially better way to actually debug and test Metro because you have all the same browser functionality tools. You can see network requests. So it's just it's a substantially nicer developer experience. And this is not edited. This is all live. They update all at the exact same time. It's quite magical. We also have something called exotic mode, which has been out for a few months. Now, exotic mode is an advanced bundling technique that we use to bundle 2 times faster than the default Metro settings. This just uses a lot of advanced techniques and capabilities, but this is something that you currently have to opt into. With the new version CLI, we can just enable it for everyone by default. It also is able to provide 18% smaller binary or bundles, which just means better tree shaking, faster time to interactive, better over-the-air updates. And something I am extremely, extremely excited about is that we will be bringing React Suspense to native development going forward. This is just going to be extremely nice for your development workflow. You can use the lazy and the suspense syntax from React, which web developers have had for years. And this is great for React navigation, which has first-class support for async components. And take this, for example. We are able to defer bundling of certain components until they're requested and loaded on the screen. Over here, you can see Metro bundles those components as we request them, which means if you have a giant component with something like Three.js or Moment, some massive library, it won't be bundled until you request that screen. So as your app gets larger and larger for enterprise, you'll be able to still move very quickly like you did when the app was much smaller. So we're really excited about that. Now, going back to the Expo CLI migration, this is the current interface for Expo CLI. There's a lot of commands there. This is the new interface for the version CLI. It's a lot more refined, but most of the commands have already moved over to EAS CLI, where we've continued to iterate on them with things like EAS build, submit, metadata, and update. But one thing that you'll notice is gone is eject. As Charlie mentioned, eject is completely gone. I've got a nice little animation for that. We're very excited about this. Eject is completely gone, and we've replaced it with pre-build. Now, all modern Expo projects go through pre-build, which converts them into basically just native apps, which means you can use your app with any native tooling, any native CI that you want. At any point, you can drop out. But just like how NPM can be configured to generate node modules in your app with the package JSON, in Expo, you can use the pre-build command to configure how your iOS and Android folders will be generated using the app.json, and you can regenerate them. This is incredibly great for upgrading React Native, because at any point, your app can just be regenerated, and upgrading is just as easy as it is in web now. And if at any point you want, you can jump into the folders, modify the code, just like with node modules, except you kind of lose out on the ability to rerun the pre-build command. I mean, you always could. You just risk overwriting your local changes. So this is all powered by config plugins. Charlie mentioned config plugins in depth, so I'm just going to skim over it really quickly. But these are a very well-defined and widely adopted specification for customizing the pre-build process. Simply put, config plugins are JS functions which modify native project files like the info plist or the Android manifest, so you can do things like add permissions to your application. So library authors, like maybe React Native Camera, can say, we need the camera permission, and all you have to do is install the package, and it sets everything up for you automatically. If you were to consider something very, very complicated, like Detox for Android, which provides EDE testing, this can now be tested, versioned, and developed once by the library maintainer, and then you as the user just need to install and add the plugin, and all of the lines of Markdown you don't even need to read them anymore. So it's extremely nice, very reliable, which we're just super excited about. And this also goes outside of the bounds of React Native, which is really great. Complex native functionality like multi-target iOS applications. Just for an example, you have iMessage stickers. You can just configure these in JSON. And when you run pre-build, it will generate the entire new target in your iOS application from scratch. So this is stuff that is fairly difficult to do just in plain native code, and you can do it in a couple of lines using this new JSON format. And we're really excited to push this. It's being developed all the time by lots of people, so we're very excited here. Now, pre-build and EAS build are actually pretty agnostic of each other. Pre-build lets you convert a React Native app or an Expo app into just a native app, which you can use with any tool. An EAS build works with any native app. It doesn't require Expo at all. But when you use these two tools together, you can do incredible amounts of automation. Just as an example, here's how you set up Apple authentication. It's a real quick skim over. None of this has anything to do with writing JavaScript or native code. It's all related to code signing and some additional localization. This is how you would normally do Apple authentication when you're not using pre-build, when you're not using EAS build. When you are using EAS build, this is all you have to do. because everything, the config plugin will tell it how it needs to code sign, and then EAS build will handle all of the code signing automatically, which means that you get to focus entirely on the development, and you can completely ignore all the code signing, which is, awesome. All right, so app development's really tricky, and config plugins are not the answer for everything. They simply automate a part of the stack that had never been automated before, the native configuration. But what about the native code, right? Now, some people will do something called a dangerous modification with config plugins. This is a regex that is widely used to add a single line to the app delegate. We highly recommend against doing this, but it's done fairly often. The reason we recommend against doing it is it reduces the longevity of your project and makes it harder to upgrade. For instance, if in React Native 68, for example, they changed from appdelegate.m to appdelegate.mm, now the app delegate is different, and this breaks down. So how do you write native code in Expo apps? We got this great developer experience for everything else. What is our developer experience like for native code in Expo? And to answer that question, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Tomasz Sapeta from the Expo and Platform team in Safrina.
So hi, everyone. I'm Tomasz. I'm a tech lead on Expo SDK development, and I work in the Expo team at Software Mention. Let's look at how Expo modules pick up where config plugins leave off. And then we'll learn more about what Expo modules can do. As Evan said, config plugins are not always good and safe solution for every problem. Modifying the native code through a config plugin might be dangerous and cause conflicts when multiple libraries want to modify the same part of code. The most common transformations that we've found the developers to want to make with config plugins are to modify the app delegate on iOS or the main application and main activity on Android to hook into Android lifecycle. This is because many libraries need to be able to respond to certain system events, such as inbound links, notifications, or foregrounding and backgrounding the app. On iOS, React Native doesn't provide any mechanism to hook into app delegate methods. And so the setup instructions for React Native libraries often include instructions to copy code into your app delegate file. To simplify and automate this process, we've made a mechanism called Expo app delegate subscribers that allows your library to subscribe to the calls of app delegating functions. In order for this to work, the app delegate must only inherit from Expo app delegate, which forwards their calls to all the subscribers. Here is an example of the app delegate that is used in React Native Google Sign-In. It helps to handle the callback URL after signing in. This approach doesn't need a config plugin nor any dangerous mods that could break the behavior when multiple libraries hook into the same delegate function. And on Android, it uses main application and main activity for the similar purpose. Here is an example of React activity listener that lets React Native branch initialize on startup and then handle new intents by calling into React Native branch module. All without dangerous mods and changing applications code. It's the Expo modules auto-linking that is responsible for setting up their lifecycle subscribers. Speaking of auto-linking, we've recently optimized their entire script for auto-linking. In the Expo repository, it's 10 times faster than React Native community auto-linking, even though it needs to pass through 4 times as many packages. Oh, sorry. Bridge modules. Before we talk more about the features of Expo modules, let's take a step back and ask why this API exists. The standard React Native bridge module concept is simple and easy to understand and works well with asynchronous remote debugging. But it has limitations that have forced great libraries like Reanimated, React Native Skia, or React Native Vision Camera to start relying on JSI. And bridge modules will be deprecated in the future in favor of the turbo modules. And turbo modules are a part of the new architecture of React Native. They solve some problems that bridge modules had at the cost of some additional complexity. The main downside of the turbo modules is that they add another low-level language to the stack. As we all React Native developers, we use JavaScript, like high-level JavaScript on the daily basis, and we are rather reluctant to write C++ code, which is like on the opposite side of the spectrum in terms of the languages. And including C++ code in the library has a negative impact on the build time, especially on Android, and it can be also difficult to debug. And we would like Expo modules to be like turbo modules, but with Swift and Kotlin instead of C++, and all without Flow and CodeGen. So Swift and Kotlin are powerful and expressive, and let us provide the best possible developer experience. Our team needs to maintain a large set of libraries, and maintaining native modules over time became like in a constantly changing environment is very expensive for us. An important goal is to create a module system that reduces the costs and technical debt to a minimum. One of the difficulties of writing React Native modules is context switching between vastly different languages and paradigms for writing native modules on each platform. Due to the differences between those platforms, it cannot be completely avoided. But we feel the need to have just one common API and the documentation to simplify the development as much as possible and make it easier for a single developer to maintain a library on multiple platforms. So I'm so happy to announce a new and reinvented API for writing native modules in Swift and Kotlin that me and other folks from Software Mention have been working on. It's called Swift API. Here is a simple example of a module written in Kotlin. It exports the pi constant and returns a random integer. As you can see, the module is composed from the components in the definition function. The first function, the getRandomInt, runs synchronously on the JavaScript thread, and the async function, getRandomIntAsync, runs asynchronously on a custom thread, which can be also set to the main thread. Now let's see the same implementation in Swift. Can you spot the differences? Thanks to the DSL-like syntax, it looks very similar on both platforms. The differences are very subtle and like only on the language level. Therefore, I will use only Swift on my next slides. Expo modules provide an abstraction on the JSI, and basically the resulting JavaScript object representing the module mirrors the native definition. And you can call the methods directly from application code. We've measured that calling an async function is 2 times faster than through the bridge. It's mostly the result of using JSI and not having to serialize the arguments. What is even more amazing is calling a synchronous function is incredibly fast and up to 20 times faster than calling an async function of the bridge module. Also, one of the big pain points that we've encountered over the years is the validation of arguments passed from JavaScript to native methods. This is a common source of bugs in our code. A valuable feature of the new module API is that it has near complete knowledge of the argument types expected by the function. So we can easily validate and convert the arguments for you. Let's imagine that we want to write a native function that loads an image from the given URL or the local path. To support local path, we'll need to normalize the path to the URL to accept strings, with or without the file scheme prefix. And convertibles are the native types that can be initialized from a certain specific kinds of data received from JavaScript. Such types are allowed to be used as an argument type in the function's body. In the above example, we perform a simple normalization, but this is easy to forget to do, and if you have to manually do it every time, and convertibles give us a clean, expressive interface for performing these routine operations. Some common iOS types from core graphics and UI kit frameworks are already made convertible, and we will keep adding more as we migrate Expo SDK modules to use the Suite API. Validating and converting arguments from JavaScript is especially painful when it comes to dictionaries, where each entry needs to be validated and converted separately. If you've written a native module before, you have probably written code like this. This is not very good. For example, if we look at the quality variable, we aren't even sure that it's actually a number because of Objective-C dynamic nature. And if you want to validate this, it would take extra code. This looks a bit better, but everything is still optional. Our type is not very expressive, and it's a bit hard to read. How can we improve this? We can improve it by using records. And here, the pick image options is our record. And instead of using the untyped dictionary values, you can write your own struct that will not only make them convenient to use, but also perform validations automatically. We can further refine this type because we know that the media types field can only be one of the three values: images, videos, or all. This is a perfect fit for an enum. And that's a record in the Suite API. To summarize, now in the function's body, we are sure that the options are properly typed and validated. And also, it works perfectly with auto-completion of your editor. And there is no chance that the typo will go unnoticed. For optional fields, the default values are already provided. And the function fails early when an unexpected value is passed. And it's also easy to keep in sync with the equivalent type in TypeScript. The next exciting feature in the Suite API is a native class. One of the problems with React Native modules is that all exported methods are placed in one static object. Not everything you can do in JavaScript can be mirrored by the native module. Web standards and Node.js often make use of classes to offer an intuitive API for stateful APIs. Expo module definitions make it possible to create fully object-oriented modules with natively created JavaScript classes that have their own property getters, setters. In this example, there will be no sand.js file in your project. Its implementation is part of the runtime, and it would entirely live in your native code. Another powerful feature that is available in our new API and other JavaScript runtimes, but isn't it possible to most developers in React Native, is typed arrays. JavaScript typed arrays are array-like objects that provide a mechanism for reading and writing raw binary data in memory buffers. When we pass a non-typed JavaScript array to the native code, it needs more memory allocation and has to be converted to the native type, which happens in the linear time. And JavaScript engines perform optimization so that these arrays are pretty fast. They share the same memory by native and JavaScript runtime, so that they would let us manipulate big raw binary data without additional memory allocation and in an optimized way. It opens the way to make new functionality that hasn't been possible in React Native without degrading the performance, such as audio, camera frame processing, or complex cryptographic operations. Bridge modules, turbo modules, and JSI don't support typed arrays yet. And Expo modules will support typed arrays by default. If you are worried that you will need to adopt your library to Fabric to make it work with the new React Native architecture, we have good news. All Expo modules will use Fabric without additional any piece of C++ or Flow code. The work on native JavaScript classes and typed arrays is still ongoing, and when it's done, we are going to redesign some of our Expo packages to take the advantage of these new features, which means making them more synchronous and object-oriented. I'm happy to announce that the first release candidate will be shipped next week. It will include everything I talked about in the presentation, except classes and typed arrays, which are still in development on Android. When the release candidate is out, you will be able to When the release candidate is out, you will be able to start creating your own Expo modules using one of the following commands, depending on which package manager you prefer. And the documentation is already partially available on the Expo docs page. I have to admit, I'm very excited how easy it is to write the documentation for the native modules API, since the concept and ideas are the same on both platforms. And it's like read once and write everywhere. Thanks for listening. I will be happy to answer any questions here, in person, or on Twitter. I hope you will have fun at the conference.
Hello, hey everyone. Hi. So yeah, I'm Brent. You might know me possibly if you use Twitter as not Brent. I work on Expo alongside a lot of excellent people from Software Mansion. So for a lot of us, I think this is probably the first in-person conference since the COVID pandemic started. Is that true for a lot of you? Yep. All right. And so as you might expect, it's actually pretty hard to organize a conference still. So I just want to get a round of applause for all of the organizers. There's a lot of uncertainty right now, and they just did a really great job, I think. So thank you, everyone. So during the pandemic, I think a lot of us probably picked up some hobbies, right? I guess sourdough bread is the most common one that people got into. I know I did. Anyone else get into sourdough bread? Yeah, we've got a few hands back there. Another one that was pretty popular and that I got into personally, I became a big espresso nerd. I just got really into coffee, espresso, milk drinks and stuff. And that's actually something I have in common with our next speaker here, Catalin, although I'm not quite as good at making milk drinks as him yet. He has some skills. So if you find either of us later, come talk to us about grinders, espresso machines, all of that. If you have a decent espresso machine, let me know how it is. I really want to know. Anyhow, I'll hand it over to Catalin. Thank you.
Yeah, hey everyone. Hope my slides are on. I'll be waiting just a little bit, yeah. I love coffee though. Yeah, okay, everything is working. Okay. So what's up, everyone? You enjoy so far? Everything is fine? Oh. Nice. Yeah, so I hope that your caffeine level is where it should be. And you're just about, you're ready to kickstart this amazing conference. And yeah, let's have some fun, shall we? Okay. Tough crowd, yeah. Christoph is a tough crowd. Okay, I'm really nervous to be here in front of you because I'll be talking about a subject which is really close to my heart, and that's animations in React Native and animations in general. You see, I have applied with this talk because I see the struggle in this community, especially coming from newcomers that would like to animate or get starting with animations and learn something new and animate their static UI, but also from experienced developers. They lack, and they don't know how to proceed, and they don't know how to level up their skills. So yeah, my goal, and by the end of this talk, If you're a newcomer, you'll know how to animate your static UI. If you're an experienced animation developer, you can level up and look at things from different perspectives. We're engineers or self-taught developers, and we don't think that we understand something unless we can build it. And this process, I like to call it learning by doing. It's funny, though, because a while ago, I was doing a code application, and I came by this code from my friend, Aristotle. And he's saying that for the things you have to learn before you can do them, you learn by doing them. You see, I'm a self-taught developer, and definitely learning by doing is not a fun process. From time to time, you'll struggle quite a lot, and you'll like to give up, and feel that you have this feeling that you know nothing about what you're doing, but it's okay. This itself is the learning process. There's a learning curve, but with incremental steps, you reach the peak. And that's because the best solution that you currently know is based on your existing knowledge. And for you to expand that knowledge and learn new ways of doing it, you need to learn by doing it. You see, Reanimated, in my opinion, is going to empower you with amazing tools and capabilities so you can create delightful experiences really fast, easy, and performant. I believe that Reanimated will open the gates for creating amazing animations. It's going to eliminate a lot of roadblocks, and it's going to solve 99% of the performance issues that you may encounter. And instead, it's going to let you focus more on things that matters the most, and that's creating illusions or delightful animations through micro-interactions and UI animations, and most importantly, increase the user experience. My name is Catalin Miron. I'm a developer currently helping others to succeed. If you'd like to find more about me, my work, and what I do, you can follow me on Twitter using Miron Catalin. I would like to start by setting up the ground, and in what I would like to go through what I believe are the most important primitives which Reanimated 3 offers. The first and the most important one is the used shared value. Shared values carry the data. It provides a way to react to changes and also drive animations. And the most important thing, it's reactive. The data is stored on the UI thread, but it's also accessible on the JavaScript side, hence the name, shared. It can be a number, it can be a Boolean, it can be a string, an object, an array. The second one is use-derived value, to create new values based on a shared value. In this case, I'm just adding 100 to an existing shared value wherever that shared value is changed. The next one is use-animated style. It's used when a style attribute will need to update based on a shared value, or this style attribute depends on a shared value. In other words, it's a reactive style. In this case, the opacity is going to move or to change based on the shared value. Use-animated prop is the counterpart of use-animated style, but for non-style attributes, like in this example, a stroke width or a path. Interpolate is going to let you remap different values based on input range and output range. But of course, you can interpolate colors. In this example, instead of passing numbers as output, I'm passing colors. And interpolate color is smart enough to morph between those two, red and blue in our example. Of course, you can animate those shared values using timing, using spring, using decay. You can delay the animations, you can repeat them, you can sequence them, or you can go crazy. You can repeat, reverse a sequence of animations that have an initial delay. Mind-blowing. You can, of course, listen to events. If you're using gesture handler, you can use animated gesture handler, and you have multiple listeners that you can listen to. In case of scroll, you can use animated scroll handler and have that event coming to you. And if you're only interested in the on-scroll event, you can use the shorthand notation and directly get the event and modify a shared value with it. Last but not the least, it's use-animated reaction. It's useful if you'd like to set state or just react to changes on different shared values. Initially, you need to prepare. Basically, we'll let to know the animated reaction which shared value you're interested in, and then you can react to it, and you'll get the current value and also the previous, and do whatever you'd like to do with it. Now that we have set up the ground for what I believe are the most important primitives, in my opinion, let's go to what matters the most when you'd like to animate stuff. And if you're getting started with, or you're just experienced developer, and just get everything up and running. So what matters, in my opinion, and the most important one is by far interpolate. Interpolate is going to remap your values based on an input range and output range. And you have endless possibilities if you know interpolate. Interpolate, how it's working, is going to, you need to pass a shared value, you have an input range, output range, extrapolate left and extrapolate right. And in case those two extrapolations are equal, you can use the shorthand notation and pass directly the extrapolation. By default, the extrapolation is extend, and you'll see in a minute what extend actually means. Let me give you an example here. I have a component, I'm initializing the shared value starting from 0, and I'm animating this shared value. You know, I'm repeating with an initial delay. I'm applying a sequence. I'm going to 1 with a duration of 2 seconds. I'm going back again with a delay. And I'm repeating this infinitely in reverse. And now I'm using the useAnimated style, where I'm modifying the translate text using the interpolation. So I'm interpolating the x value. I'm passing an input range of 0 and 1, and output range of 0 and 100. And finally, I'm applying this style to an animated view, which you should not forget about it, by the way. And this is how it's going to look like. As you can see from the screen, the shared value is moving from 0 to 1, but the interpolated value is moving from 0 to 100. You see, when I'm dealing with interpolations, I'm trying to visually represent them into my head before writing the code. So I'm always thinking about a graph. And let me show you what that graph may look like for you. So the input range is basically a line with multiple values, in our example, 0 and 1. And the output range is going to be another line starting from 0 to 100. So in a nutshell, what we have written there is basically a graph with different values. So interpolate will try to estimate the numbers between those two ranges. But as I mentioned initially, the extrapolation is extend. So this extrapolation is what goes beyond that range. So you're interested in a single range, but the actual interpolation can happen outside of that range. So in this case, when the shared value is going to be 2, the estimated value will be 200. And of course, you can clamp it. If you're not interested in the outside range, you just clamp it. So everything is going to happen only in that range. Or you can clamp it on the left and extend it on the right. Or you can clamp it on the right and extend it on the left. It really depends on your use cases. Another example, which I find pretty confusing, is the index -1, index, and index +1 problem, which, yeah, I believe a lot of us will get it wrong, especially initially. So what's this all about? It's all about animating items within a carousel, even though it's a horizontal or a vertical one. So let me give you an example here. I'm creating a horizontal flat list, and I'm rendering a carousel item, right? Nothing fancy here. And this is how it's going to look like. Each individual slide will have the size. It's going to be the screen width. So yeah, I'm just moving. Nothing gets animated, but because of the paging enabled built in any virtual list, yeah, this is how it's going to look like. But now let's take a look at how we can actually animate things inside it. So first, in order to animate items inside the carousel, you need to have access to 2 different things. One is the index itself, and one is the position inside, or the scroll position inside that carousel, based on which you can do many things, or fancy things, or you can go crazy. So first, initially, you'll have a shared value for the scroll X in this case, because I'm using a horizontal list. And I'm using the useAnimated scroll handler to hook to this event, to the onScroll event. Yeah, and I'm modifying the scroll X. Then I'm modifying the flat list to be an animated flat list, now I can pass the onScroll event and also pass the scroll X to each individual item, which is really important. Notice that there is a scroll handler, and I'm sick of repeating myself, but the 16 actually comes because of this math formula, right? Your 1 second divided by 16, it's equal to almost 60 FPS. So that's why it's 60. If you'd like to have it at 30 FPS, it's 32. That's why it's coming 16 there. So yeah, now nothing has changed visually, but we actually have access to the scroll X, basically the where the scroll is positioned inside that flat list. And what we can do about it? As I mentioned, you need to have access to the index and the scroll X. And based on which you can interpolate the scroll value, and based on an input range, you can animate the views. And let's focus on this input range. It's index -1, index, and index +1. It's basically saying the range where this item can be visible. If you're swiping left or swiping right, even though you have the active item, it's going to also be visible outside of the active itself. So hence the index -1, index, and index +1. But let me show you what those numbers means. So the index -1, it's the item that's coming from the right, or it's going to the right. And the index +1, it's the item that's going to the left or coming from the left. And the reason for that is because swiping left is going to increase the index. Swiping right is going to decrease the index. So it's exactly the opposite. So this was the part that most of us will get wrong initially. And of course, the index, it's the active carousel item. In this case, yeah, I'm applying visually something. But since we are in reanimated world, we can apply math. And in this case, I'm just dividing the width, the content offset by the width. So I will clean up the entire code. So I will have index and index, index +1. Yeah, nothing should change. But this time, as you can see on the scroll, you actually have directly the active index. So you can later use animated reaction to set state, trigger other things, I don't know, do whatever you like to do. Everything is already calculated. But you can go crazy. Of course, you're not limited to the only opacity. You can also translate things. In this case, I'm applying a different scale if the item is going either on the left or the right-hand side. Or you can interpolate colors, why not? In this case, if it's going to the left, it's magenta. If it's going to the right, it's gold. Otherwise, it's white. And as you can see from the performance monitor, everything is running at 60 FPS or 120 FPS, depends on your device capabilities. But this wasn't possible using the animated API. But now it's possible, and everything is running on the UI thread, which is really performant. The final thing about interpolation, and I like to call it the interpolation exam, is when you know how to do sticky things, especially inside the scroll. So let me actually showcase to you what I mean by sticky. There are 3 types of stickiness. Sticky after, it means that when the sticky element top edge, it's equal to the viewport top edge. The second one is sticky before, so it's sticky initially, but when the top edge of the sticky element is going to reach the top edge of the viewport, is going to continue the movement, so it's not going to be sticky. You like the examples, right? And the final one is sticky bottom. So sticky by default to the bottom, and when the bottom edge of the sticky will reach the bottom edge of the viewport, is going to move along with the scroll. So those are 3 different things. So let's create those. I have here an animated scroll view, nothing fancy. I have a non-scroll, I have a scroll event, and I'm setting the scroll Y because it's a vertical one. And I'm just rendering, sticky element, I'm passing the scroll Y, otherwise it's just a dummy element, just for example purposes here. So let's take a look at the sticky element. I'm getting the Y value of that sticky element, which I would like to render, and I'm interpolating the scroll Y value, passing an input range, and I'm doing some calculations, kind of, or I inform the interpolation how it's going to look like. And it's basically saying when the top edge of the of the element is reaching the top edge of the viewport, I'm compensating the movement by 1. Or in other words, just passing an input range and an output range, I'm basically specifying the range that I'm interested in, and the rest I'll leave in hands of the interpolate method to do the estimations of the values. Let me actually showcase to you in that graph. So I'm just specifying an input range that I'm interested in, and the rest is calculated by the interpolate. So that's why it's really important to master this piece, because based on which you can shape the movement of the element or the movement itself. Another example, sticky before. So it's going to be sticky, so I'm compensating the initial position by minus its y position. And then when the top edge is reached, I'm just moving with the scroll. It's important because I see a lot of confused faces here. It's important to know two different things. The item itself, it's actually moving with the scroll. So that's why I need to always compensate a y position. So it's always moving. It's not a positioned absolute. It's always moving within the scroll. And the second part is actually to find where that item is going to be fully visible inside the viewport, because the scroll can be huge, but the viewport is just the height or the height of the screen, or maybe even smaller. So those are two different important things. And again, this is the graph how I imagine when doing this thing. I'm applying there a -1 just because you can pull to refresh, or the scroll y can go below 0. So I would like to keep it sticky as well in that particular case. So as you can see, I'm just defining a range, and interpolate is going to do the math for me. Again, this is sticky bottom. Sticky bottom is almost the same thing, but this time the only trick is to calculate the initial position of the element. So I'm adding the -y value because I would like to be at the top. Then I'm compensating with the scroll height or the viewport height. And now the top edge is going to be at the bottom edge of the viewport. And then I'm adding the height to make it visible. I'm subtracting the height to make it always visible. And notice that as I mentioned previously, since the element is always moving the scroll, I'm also compensating with the scroll. So I'm calculating the position, I'm applying the scroll as well. And now it's just a matter of finding the sweet spot where everything is going to be visible on the screen. So it's saying be sticky until this item is fully visible on the screen. Another topic is fluidity. And applying those natural movements, I think is really important. And in this case, I'll be using math. And William is here in the audience, so you can also discuss with him and why math is really important. But since Reanimated exposed a lot of great techniques, you can also use math. So let me give you an example here. The math formula that I'll be using is arctangent. It's basically saying, give me the angle between two different coordinates. And let me showcase to you. I have here a random ball that's moving. I have a ball that's randomly moving on the screen, and I have some arrows that are pointing to that ball. So let's dissect this animation. Again, the arrow itself is going to receive the XY coordinates of the ball, and it's also going to create its own XY coordinates using the own layout. And I'm applying a style, in this case, a rotation. And this rotation is actually coming from this formula. So let's take a look at how this formula may work like. Initially, I'm subtracting the arrow y and ball y and arrow x and ball x. So in this way, I get the angle in radians, and I'm transforming them into degrees because I don't like radians. And I'm adding 90 degrees. And the reason for adding 90 degrees is because the arrows initially are vertical positioned, and I would like to have them horizontal because, using math and trigonometry usually is good to start from 0. So in this way, I'm just animating things. And just notice and bear in mind that there are 220 different arrows that are pointing to this ball. And everything is running at 60 FPS. And doing the math is roughly around 14,000 calculations per second. And it's still running at 60 FPS, which is mind-blowing. And I think that's why it makes Reanimated, it is the most, and by far the most performant and nicer library to use. So thanks Software Mention for that. Another example, it's so funny. I've created this almost 2 years ago, and since then I have never seen anyone that was doing the same way I was doing it, just applying like natural behavior in physics, and instead they just hard code the angle of the balloon, which is not good. So let's dissect and see how we can apply this math formula. So you see, I'm receiving the x coordinate of the knob itself, nothing fancy, which is a shared value, not an animated one, but a shared value, pure value. And I'm deriving based using the same formula, but notice this time I'm just hard-coding the indicator height because this will be fixed all over the place, so it doesn't matter, the exposition is going to be on the same thing. But we're looking at this and nothing is going to work, and the reason for that is the x value. X value, it's instantaneous. It's coming from the gesture handler, and it's instantaneous. So how we can actually apply a natural delay to everything? Well, you can use Spring. You can derive a springy value. And instead of using the x value, we can delay it using natural behaviors and physics and calculate the new angle based on the springy value. And of course, use it for the translate x. And a quick tip here, if you're doing a lot of calculations, just move everything into a derived value. And otherwise, you'll end up maybe with sluggish animations. And especially if you'd like to reuse the logic, in this case for rotation and the translate text, yeah, just please move it into a derived value. And yeah, this is how it's going to look like. As you can see, it's like a lot, yeah, just a couple of lines of code. It's incredible what you can do with math. The same example, I was blown away by this community when I released this tweet, and yeah, again, each letter it's aware of the knob position and it's calculating using math. It seems fancy, but it's not. Is not. There are like 100 lines of code, including the mock data. The next thing, it's about layout animations. And Reanimated 2 and Reanimated 3, recently announced, comes with layout animations. And there are two things that can do layout animations: mounting and unmounting of the components. Basically, each animated view will have an entering and exiting prop. That's basically an animation. And most importantly, Reanimated comes with 78 pre-built animations, like fade in, zoom in, bounce out, you name it. And each individual animation, you can apply a different modifier to it, like a duration with other modifier like delay. You can random the delay, you can springify with mass and stiffness. So let me give you an example. Here I'm mounting and unmounting, and I'm applying a fade in with fade out, or a zoom in with zoom out, or slide in left with slide out right, and yeah, go crazy about it. So as you can see, there are endless possibilities for creating really nice animations, especially just by, yeah, the API is really simple, and having those pre-built animations is going to make your life even easier. So definitely check it out. Just to give you an example, like a real-life example, I have recreated this Beats by Dre, and I'm just using layout animation for the headphones and for the text and whatever. Yeah, Reanimated 2 did everything for me, basically. The last thing is layout animations, and you have the layout prop that you can pass. And I think the most important part, which I believe about layout animations, of course, Reanimated 2 will try to calculate the layout, the size, and the position. But what I find it really nice is the reparenting, the shared element value, or the hero animation. This is working only when two different elements will share the same key and they are under the same parent. And mounting or flipping between those two, because they share the same key and you pass the layout, Reanimated 2 will try to match geometry if you are familiar with iOS. And yeah, in this way, it's going to morph between those two different values, which, yeah, it's mind-blowing once again, and you can do a lot of cool things with it. And of course, as I mentioned for the animations, you can apply the same modifiers to it. In this case, I'm just springify, and you can also interrupt the animation. Finally, I'll give you some tips. During my React Native animation development, yeah, I came up with some. And the most important one, use interpolation when you can. Yeah, in this case, instead of doing this, applying a shared value for each individual style attribute, just use interpolate and the output map it to your needs. The other one is use layout hook. So yeah, this is a method. It's initializing the X, Y, and yeah, the layout itself. It's also exposing the on layout. It's modifying something, and yeah, it's returning the measurements plus the on layout, and how you can use it as any other hook. The cell renderer component, and I'm pretty sure that most of you here wanted to get the on layout from a render item, and I mean, the size is good, but the position is wrong. It's always 0. And the reason for that is because each individual render item is wrapped into a cell view, which is, this means that instead of getting the on layout from the render item, you need it to get it from the cell. So in this way, now you get the Y value properly displayed. In this case, it's Y, but the same will apply for the horizontal. And how you can extend that? Well, because you like to have access to those measurements inside render item. So in order to do that, you just modify the child and pass the measurements. I'm here using the use layout hook again. I'm passing the measurements, and now suddenly I have access to the measurements inside render item. So moving to the render item and combining this with an animated flat list, where I'm passing also the scroll Y, as I mentioned previously, you'll have access to the index, measurements, and the scroll. And based on that, you basically have endless possibilities that you can animate. Let me give you an example. Here I have a render item that's actually dynamic. It has a dynamic height. I'm calculating everything. And as you can see, I would like to apply a scale when the top edge is reaching the top edge of the screen. And bear in mind that each item has a dynamic height. Finally, about Moti. Moti, it's a tiny yet powerful library for React Native, powered by Reanimated 2. And it's going to help you animate styles, properties, really, really simple. And it's the most powerful tool for creating micro-interactions. You just need to pass the set of initial styles and the set of styles that you like to animate. In this case, I would like to animate from opacity 0 to opacity 1. And of course, it has layout support. And you just need to pass the set of exit styles. Yeah, pretty cool. Of course, you can animate based on React state, in this case, opacity if it's opened or not. And again, the transition is going to happen underneath, so you don't have to deal with things. But you can alter that transition, and you can specify as a spring, as a timing, you can pass a different duration, a different delay. You can repeat in reverse, you can loop. You can, again, do color transformations, in this case, from gold to purple. And Moti is smart enough to figure that you're dealing with colors, it's going to deal with colors, it's going to interpolate those. But you can go crazy again, add multiple styles, and Moti will match each individual style and is going to perform that transition. And finally, you can sequence them. Yeah, in this case, I'm translating from 0 to 150, 150, 0, and again, it's going to apply the same transition, which is pretty cool. I'm a huge fan of Moti, and I have built tons of examples. And here on this slide, I'm just showing you the power of Moti. I'm using I'm creating loaders. I'm using micro interactions. I'm using it for UI animations. I'm just creating that user experience which a lot of users would like to see, especially inside a mobile application. If you like to have access to the examples that I have showcased during this talk and to more than 70 other examples where I'm taking math, animated API as well, reanimated, gesture handlers, math, and many, many others, and solutions to problems which I've encountered during my React Native development time, consider becoming a Patreon using the link from above. And
everything that's good that's happening in my life came because of that. I might not do everything great in my life, but I'm good at this. And I want to share this with you. I want to teach you what I learned. I get to touch people's lives with what I do. And it keeps me going, and I love it. And I think if you give it a shot, you might love it too. You might love it too.
Before we go to the break, one quick schedule update. Jude, unfortunately, wasn't able to make it, so Sanket is going to be talking about the state of one codebase on all platforms at 11:30. For the people online watching the live stream, you can stick around and watch a conversation with William Candillon. For everyone else, there's snacks and coffee and such. Try to go up and say hi to someone that you have never talked to before, even if that's just me. Cool. All right, we'll be back soon.
In Krakow, a remarkable journey awaits you through time and culture. Science and innovation. From the foundations of an ideal city, Nowa Huta, golden dream of socialism, to the medieval city centre. Besides monuments entered on UNESCO Heritage List, Krakow has something else to offer. People. In Krakow, every year, close to 200,000 people complete their higher education. This includes almost 6,000 foreigners. These are specialists in almost every field, from IT to biotechnology. No wonder that global players opened their affiliates in Krakow. Krakow has become the center for modern services in Europe. Krakow is also a mecca for innovative business, from small catering unit to internet startups. A few of them have become world-famous brand names. Our town is called the Polish Silicon Valley. By investing in infrastructure and transport system, we draw closer to each other. Local public transport is considered to be the best in the country. The blue trams and buses carry 250,000 passengers each year. The map of the town shows that museums play a special role, especially those that have outstanding collections uncomparable with anything else in the world. As for instance, the Wawel Museum of Aviation, the only one of its kind in Poland. Here you will find in this part of Europe the largest library with access to books that constitute not only Polish heritage, but also that of all Europe. Old and modern architecture are the town's strong assets. In these interiors, not only are extraordinary concerts held, but also great sports and artistic events. One of these extraordinary places on the map of Krakow is Małopolski Garden of Art, an area for the implementation of innovative art projects combining many fields of art. Krakow, due to its center of congress, has become one of the leading places in Europe where both cultural and trade events are organized. Krakow is increasingly associated with excellent cuisine. Its restaurants offering both traditional Polish food dishes as well as those representing other often distant lands gain recognition amongst residents, tourists and culinary experts. Hidden in the medieval cellars or located in sophisticated townhouses, vibrant centers of social life may be found. Krakow is a town which is unique, intriguing and surprising. A unique mix of history and modernity inspires action. Experience Kraków.
Hello, everyone. This is our first studio live. I'm Bartek, and I will be hosting these panels.
Okay, and I'm Kamila, and we both work at Software Mansion, and we have a very interesting guest today. So, Bartek, would you like to introduce our first guest?
Our first guest here is well-known William Candillon, coming to us from beautiful city Zurich, Switzerland.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Okay, so I know that yesterday you led a workshop with Christoph Magiera, and you got to create animations in React Native. And I wanted to just kind of ask you how you decided on focusing on this kind of aspect of mobile app development.
I think it's really from using apps myself and being delighted by some of the effects. And I was like, how do they do it? And like trying to reverse engineer and learn how some of these things are built. And yeah, I found that doing mobile apps development, if you focus on animations and delightful user interactions, users can be much more forgiving. If nothing else works, they're like, ah, yeah, but this felt cool anyway.
Yeah,
so.
at least, the animation looks good, right?
Yeah, so you get always some bonus points.
Yeah, and why do you think that adding it is so much more important? You said that it makes, the app a little bit more forgiving, but do you think that there are certain animations that you think are really important, when transitioning maybe from certain things, or any kind of really exciting animation that you'd like to talk about?
Yeah, I think, like you said, they help to provide context on what's happening, between changes in the states of your app. And I think just also as human beings, they trigger some reward in our brains because if things feel organic, and I think that's why we love these delightful user experiences.
Yeah, exactly.
Recently, you are involved in another project. It's React Native Skia. Is React Native Skia, how much it's different from classic approaches of animating things in React Native, like using Reanimated or any other libraries out there?
Yeah, so we were doing these tutorials on YouTube, can it be done in React Native, and always trying to find the primitives to use to build a great user experience, or looking at other apps. And we started to find a range of use cases which were really hard to do with React Native. So things which rely on 2D canvases and maybe, for instance, filters on pictures or drawing things. And there is one package that we can use, which is React Native SVG. And it had a couple of issues, so it's a different implementation on iOS and Android. And with Skia, we were really excited to bring the same. So it's the same C++ code base for both Android and iOS. and it has a lot of capabilities. It's what's used on Google Chrome, Android, Flutter, and virtually we can draw anything with it. So we got really excited to bring this to React Native. And so I'm working with Christian Faruk on this project, and we're just having fun. I mean, for us, like working on this library is just, it feels like, yeah, it's our playground. So yeah.
I see. And what are the next milestones coming to this library you are planning to work on in the next couple of months?
So the library is still in alpha, very much rough around the edges in many aspects. And we expect to, hopefully this summer, reach the beta stage. And we're really excited. We're working with the Expo team to try to ship the library part of Expo Go, hopefully in the next SDK, or maybe the one after. And I don't want to make to overpromise, but hopefully maybe 1.0 by the end of the year would be good, or something like this.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
We've showed the use cases, people start to use it, and now we're looking at people trying to ship it in production. What are the missing pieces? We're working on fixing them, and hopefully people will be able to ship the library in their apps in production soon.
Okay.
I see. Is there any app that already is published using this technology? Do you have any feedback from the end users using this technology in production?
Yes, a lot of actually people who already have using Skia in productions, or have apps in test flights using Skia. A lot of crypto wallets. So they have the fancy graph interactions, some fancy gradations, really high demanding graphical capabilities. So we have a couple of crypto wallets that we know are using Skia. And we know that also some people are using it for images and advanced blurs on images and things like this. And then sometimes on Twitter, people post demos of things they do with Skia. And we saw someone built a game completely in React Native Skia. So we were pretty excited to see this.
Yeah, probably really exciting to see kind of your baby being used by others finally, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the things I always loved with React Native, is that we sit on this great innovation to build mobile apps. And like Charlie mentioned, we have now web-like agility to build truly native apps. So a really great innovation. But also we have to do a lot of figuring out how to do many things. So for me, it's really the best of both worlds, where we get to do a bit of hacking, but also we're sitting on a really substantial innovation. And with React Native Skia, it's a bit the same, where it's a really advanced library to do 2D graphics, and there is a lot of low-level C++ things we need to do, but also we just get to play and do circles and move them around, and so it's a lot of fun.
Okay, all right. So I really wanted to thank you for giving us this time. Thank you very much, William. And if anybody wants to catch you around here in App.js, you'll probably be walking around. So thank you very much for joining us for this first Studio Live. And we'll get back to the talks in a couple of minutes, probably. So thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Enjoy your coffee out there.
Yeah. Hi.
I'm waiting for. OK, great. OK, I thought I had to dance. Anyway, great. I'm Sanket, and I'm waiting for the slides to come up. But yeah, as Brent mentioned, I've come all the way from Bangalore. And this is the first in-person conference after the pandemic. So very, very excited to be with you all. So yeah, I'm Sanket. And you might have seen that picture on the internet. So you can map the face. That's what we do here at conferences, right? You might know me from this library called Native Base, which is a UI component library for React Native. And now it also works on React. I also co-founded this company called Giec, where Native Base is one of the projects. And yeah, you can follow me on Twitter. Goes by Sanket Sahu. Great. So my topic for the day is the state of one code base for all the platforms. Like, write the code once, and then deploy it on all the platforms. When I say all the platforms, it's not only Android or iOS. It also includes the web. And as you might have already guessed, this talk is about Flutter. OK, just kidding. This is about Java. Anyway, this is about a lot of different things. And that makes this entire ecosystem of React and React Native to make it work on all the platforms out there. Let's talk about the approaches that we can take to have this one code base for all the platforms. The first approach would be you take native platforms. It can be Android, iOS, or web. Take the Canvas API, straight away paint to pixels, and take back the events from the canvas to your single source framework, one code framework. And then maintain everything in the source framework or source language, like maintain the widgets, maintain where it is placed. And when an event happens, you wire it up back to your widgets tree and see which widget was actually, or which component was actually tapped on. So this is one approach. There are obvious pros and cons for this. The pros is like the glue is really thin. When you want to target more platforms, you straight away go and write the mapping, which is pretty thin in terms of you just need to paint the pixels. You don't need to deal with a lot of other hard problems. Second, it guarantees consistency. And there are downsides, obviously, that you have to reinvent the UI, platform-level UI patterns. And also, it makes it hard for you to do accessibility. Say, if you're painting the pixels, you have to identify things like keyboard focus and mouse pointer and a bunch of those things. So accessibility is difficult with this approach. You might have guessed this approach is used by a bunch of different frameworks and languages. For example, Flutter uses Dart plus Skia engine. Ionic uses JavaScript and WebView. Java uses its own UI engine. Unity has its engine written in C#. And then we have Qt, for example. Then we have the second approach, in which we use the native widgets. We use the native OEM widgets, that's what we call it. And we wire it up with a thin mapping, and then rely on platform for things like accessibility and functionality. So it has some good advantages, like no need to re-implement the platform components and UI patterns, for example. Native accessibility is very easy to implement. And adding new component is like you can straight away use the existing platform components and wire it up with minimal API. And you don't really need to recreate those components. On the downside, we have like mapping every component of every platform. It can get really hard. And consistency is also really difficult, because there might be some APIs that's available here in one platform, which is not available in some other platform. One example of this would be like shadows on Android is very different than shadows in iOS, because in React Native, we use the native shadows, which is difficult to achieve. So yeah, this is used in frameworks like Xamarin and React Native. But there's essentially more than painting the pixels. We have the UI patterns that is different on platforms. We have navigation, which is very different between mobile and web. We have accessibility. We have animations and gestures. We have native modules, and we have like different build systems. If we talk about user interface patterns, it differs from Android, iOS, and web. For example, if you look at this example, this is very Android sort of material design, which is not really seen in iOS apps. The hamburger icon you can see at the top left corner, which is not seen on iOS. Similarly, we have status bar. Status bar is at the top of like all the apps on Android and iOS, is not really present on the web. And what we are trying to do is we are trying to do one code for all the platforms. So we have to consider all these little details of all the platforms. Navigation is the hardest problem, and we have some talks lined up after this. But yeah, mobile navigation is more like stacks. So it stacks on top of it. It preserves the entire state when you go back, and you don't need to refresh the entire navigation. You can just get back the same state. But on the web, which is designed with request and response at its core, it's like a new state all the time. You can do a hard refresh anytime, and the users would essentially come back to the same state. And it's our responsibility as app developers or web developers to get that back. And then comes accessibility, which is very, very different on all these apps, on these platforms. Accessibility makes our apps inclusive, but the APIs differ a lot. It has a lot of checklists, right from, say, contrast ratio to text. Let's look at the checklist. We have screen readers, like all the apps must be compatible with screen readers. We have focus control. We have keyboard interaction, mouse and touch events, color contrast, and whatnot. And the APIs, for example, we have TalkBack for Android. We have VoiceOver for iOS. And then we have different set of APIs for the browsers. And then we have animations and gestures, which is different on all the platforms. For example, if you swipe right from the left edge of the screen on iOS, the chances are high you would go back on the last screen. But that's not the case with Android. It doesn't happen in web at all. The ripple animation on button is a material-specific thing. Similarly, pull down to refresh is a very mobile-specific animation and gesture. And then we have native modules, which is different, like right from cameras to NFCs to Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, and all these APIs. The web is catching up lately, but it is a very mobile sort of thing that we have. But we want to write one code for all the platforms, including the web, right? Build system is equally different. Like, we want to do one code and then build it for all the platforms, and then generate APK, IPA file, and the JS bundle for web. Let's look at like how we can use React and its ecosystem to achieve that. Starting from user interface, React is a nice toolkit that helps you build interfaces. We have React DOM on one side for web. Then we have React Native for Android and iOS. We can essentially use React Native Web right before using React Native DOM, which provides a common API for us to write for all the 3 platforms. So essentially, we can maintain one code and then deploy it for all the platforms, including web. So React Native Web makes our job very easy. Then there was an experimental project by Vincent Reamer. I guess it was announced at React Europe, but it's still experimental. This project brought us the same multi-threading architecture of React Native on web, which was really nice. Let's look at the UI libraries that makes this possible. We have UI libraries that's supported on all the 3 platforms. We have Universal UI Library by Showtime, and Axel is going to give a very nice talk on this at 3:30, so I won't detail it down further. We have Dripsy. This is a very thin styling engine on top of React Native. This is by Fernando Rojo. And I really like this caption, style once, run anywhere. It has a very elegant API. So it's essentially an extension of React Native components. And you get this SX prop, wherein you can pass all those things like font size, responsive font sizes like 14, 16, 20. Then we have colors, and we have tokens there, like you can use primary color, and then and these three are like responsive colors for all the three screen sizes. So yeah, I really like this nice little library by Fernando. And then we have Tumug UI, which is a very nice pre-compiler, optimizing pre-compiler. It says universal design systems for React Native and web, but faster. It comes with a nice optimizing compiler that gets rid of React Native web completely on the web, and it essentially provides the same API. So it is fully compatible with the APIs of React Native, but during the build time, it strips off all the React Native web source code. So on the left, you can see the code that is app.tsx. We have Y stack, we have text. But that essentially transpiles to a build time CSS classes, and then we have low-level elements like div and span on web. This essentially maps to something like a stack or maybe a view and a text on React Native, but on the web, it completely strips off React Native web. I'm very excited to see this project. And then we have Expo HTML elements. This was one of the experimental projects by Expo, which gives you the semantic tags on React Native. So essentially, you can use the same learning of HTML and CSS here to build like universal apps. And the last one is native base that we created at Geeky Ants. This is a universal component library for React Native and web. And it's a utility-first component library. What that means is you can use Tailwind-like API in the components. Like, for example, we have a box component here, and we have px as 3. That is like using the 3 token, the $3 token of the theme to have the padding, something very similar to what we do in Tailwind. And then we have, say, bg is equal to primary.400. That's another token. And then we have responsive props, like mb is 4 and 5 for 2 different breakpoints. And we have text, font weight, color, font size, all those standard things that you would need to build a very flexible component library. Then we have navigation. Navigation is, again, very different on web and mobile. We have React Router, the famous React Router that works inside Create React App, and you can also do a bit of SSR. And Next.js has a file-based routing, which is well adopted in the front-end web developers community. For mobile, we have React Navigation, which is really good for, which is the go-to thing for React Native apps. Then we are seeing some adoption of like URL-based routing inside React Native. I was speaking to Alec just yesterday, and they're working on React Native URL router, which essentially takes in the APIs of React Router and brings it to React Native. I hope the motivation is like in the future they can share the code between web and mobile both. But what I'm really excited about is a project like Salito. This is by Fernando again. This brings in the inspiration from Next.js to React Native and essentially gives us 2 entry points. So this library is 2 things. One, it's a tiny wrapper around React Navigation and Next.js that lets you share navigation code across platform. And it's also a set of patterns to how to share code among like different platforms. So essentially, when you are building, say, pages, you would end up in navigation code inside your pages. And you want to share that navigation code between web and mobile. So if you completely replace your link tag that comes from Next.js with a Salito link tag, it's a drop-in replacement of that. And you can get the same thing on web projects. And it would essentially map to the APIs of React Navigation in your React Native project. So you can completely share the complete project or the pages or the screens in your app. This is really nice. Then comes accessibility, which is, again, very different. If you go to the React's documentation, there's a lot of guidelines and practices that you need to do, like standards like WCAG and WAI, ARIA. Then we have semantic HTML. Then we have accessible forms, how to build them, how to have focus control of keyboard, and how to use that outline thing. how to use mouse pointers and events, and it goes on and on. This gets really complicated. If you are building an app, web or mobile, you get to a point that if you want to make it accessible, it's like a lot of work. And that's why our friends at Adobe, they built this project called React Aria. This is a set of hooks that you can drop into your components, and you can make those components accessible. A quick example of this would be use button hook that comes from React Aria. You can use the hook, and you can spread the props that it gives you back, the button props from the hook, and then spread it on a button component. And then you can use this button component that is accessible. By accessible, it means that it works consistently across mouse, touch events, keyboard, screen readers, and everything. So it does all those things, whatever was mentioned in the React guidelines for accessibility. And we at Geekians worked with Adobe to build the next version of React Aria, or an extension of React Aria that works with React Native. This is React Native Aria. So it's also a set of hooks that gives you the accessibility props on native and mobile and web. So here's a quick example of how you can use or how you can build a checkbox component which is fully accessible. So you import use checkbox from React Native Aria, and then check for platform. If the platform is web, you can spread it straight away on input props. And then if it is mobile, you can spread it on the pressable component. And now we have a fully accessible checkbox, which is like if you press tab on web, it would get the focus right. If you click outside, it takes the focus away. If you use a screen reader, it would read out the I agree text that's next to the checkbox. It does a lot of things. So by using React Native Aria, which uses React Aria on web and builds its own accessible props on native side, you can make fully accessible components like this. So we have a bunch of other hooks that's available. Then we have animations and gestures. We had a very nice talk. The last talk was on animations. But yeah, quickly checking what's the animation API like in React Native. So we have two animation APIs, animated, and then we have layout animation. So if we have to build something as simple as a fade-in animation like this, we would essentially have to go through and import animated from React Native, and then we create an animated value with a reference, give it some timing and the duration of it and use effect, and then go ahead and return the animated.view component. And then later replace it with a standard view component with a fade-in view. So it's a lot of work to get something as simple as like a fade-in animation in React Native. This essentially works with React Native Web as well. So you get the cross-platform behavior. But the API can be hard. So to solve this, I really like the API of Framer Motion, which simplifies this entire thing. Like you can use motion.div and then say animate, initial, and transition, which is very declarative and nice. But this is for React. Framer Motion works for React. We have React Native Reanimated, V2 and V3 both, which is really great, which extends the API of React Native Animated. And now it also works with Fabric. That means you can get full support of native animations. So what Fernando did is he took the inspiration from Framer Motion, used the APIs of Framer Motion, and wrapped it inside Reanimated V2 to give us an API like this, which is motif view, and then from animate and exit. This works on all the platforms flawlessly. So this is some great work. And then we have native modules. The harder problem is being solved by Expo. We have a bunch of native modules. For example, maps, camera, notification. We have a lot of them. And now Expo is taking that extra effort to make all those APIs compatible with web. If you look at the camera API, it's supported on web. The two red crosses are for emulators, so obviously. It works everywhere. So we have the same API of Expo Camera that you can import and then set some state and use it in your app with a very standard practice. And this just works everywhere on all the platforms, which is really cool. Last one, build systems. I think Charlie spoke about ES service by Expo, which is amazing. So Expo provides you ES service to build APK and IPA file for different platforms, right from like building to distribution, and it covers everything, which is really cool. But what about web? I think at some point, Expo would support like 100% web-compatible builds and everything on the web. But until then, we have Salito, which gives us 2 entry points. One is for the EAS builds. Another would straight away give you a Next.js project that takes you to the Vercel build pipeline, so it works really well. Yeah, so I want to conclude with a few things. This article by the React Native core team, which says React Native's many platform vision. They have made some really good points. A few of them are respecting the platform. The first one is embracing platform constraints, which says that the React Native core team, they borrow learnings from one platform and then apply it to other. Which is really great. If you look at how they got performance improvement on Android, they flattened the entire tree into one single flat tree. And with a switch of a button, they implemented the same thing on iOS. So we could learn from Android and then reapply it to iOS. And yeah, I like how they use cross-pollination of institutional knowledge between the platforms, which is great. And that ultimately drives competition. I mean, competition drives innovation, which is, I think, great about React Native, that because we are learning from all the platforms and building a thing on top of it, which is unified, which is really great. And it's expanding to new platforms. In the end, I want to say the future of React Native looks very promising, and the future of one code base for all the platform is very, very exciting. That's all from my side. I'm Sanket, and you can connect with me on Twitter. Thanks. OK, until we have Brent. Are we taking questions? OK. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Great. Our next speaker is Quinn. She's a coworker of mine. We've worked together for 5 years now. She's a really excellent engineer. If you've done iOS builds with any Expo tools before, she is the main person responsible for that being very easy on the credentials side of things. So distribution certificates and provisioning profiles. She did a lot of work on that sort of stuff. But yeah, she's from Vancouver, just like me. And you might have noticed I'm wearing something slightly different. You probably didn't notice, because why would you notice that? OK, we got a nod in the front. Sorry, I'm a bit short on breath. I'm not in good shape, it seems. But yeah, so this outfit is actually called a Canadian tuxedo, right? And actually, the term Canadian tuxedo came from Vancouver as well. And the history of it is anyone familiar with Bing Crosby? He's a famous American singer and so on. Anyways, he was in Vancouver. He was on a hunting trip. And after his hunting trip, he went to the Hotel Vancouver and tried to check in. And the bellhop at the hotel was like, no, you can't wear this in the hotel. This is like, this is the 50s. They had high standards for classy hotels. Like, this isn't acceptable. You can't stay here. So he was walking away and was going to exit the hotel when they noticed who he was and scrambled and brought him back. Oh, no, sorry, come in. And so when Levi's heard about this incident, they made him a custom denim tuxedo and sent it to him. And so that's where that term came from. And so they quickly corrected their mistakes. And now we're going to make a segue to Quinn's talk, right? They quickly corrected their mistake, which is something that you often cannot do with mobile apps, where you have a cycle of you submit your app to the App Store, then you realize there's a bug, and you go, oh no, what am I going to do? I need to wait a whole day or however long to get the next update out. Well, thankfully, with updates, over-the-air updates, with code push, and with Expo updates, it's possible to work around that. And so Quinn is going to talk about that now. So thanks.
Hey, everybody. My name is Quinn, and I'm so excited to be here today. I'm going to be talking about publishing updates with Expo and React Native. On the roadmap for today, I'm going to be talking about what exactly an update is and different policies you can specify to deploy updates to your end users. I'll also be talking about different kinds of app runtimes, and in the case you have many different app runtimes, how to visualize all those updates. And in the case where you make a mistake, I'll also be talking about republishing updates. But before we talk about all of that, I want to talk about big corporations. And these are usually the companies that have thousands and thousands of employees. At big corporations, instead of using messaging applications that we're generally familiar with, like Slack, they'll usually choose to make their own internal chat apps. And at big corporations, instead of using repository services like GitHub that we're all familiar with, a lot of them will opt to roll their own internal repository services. So now I want you to imagine that you're the tech lead at a big corporation, and you're responsible for an app called the Employee Success app. You know, these are the type of apps that they require all the employees at the company to download to ensure their success. When you open up this app, at the home screen, you'll typically see your employee avatar, your name, for example, Bob the employee. You can see that he's level 4, and he joined on January 2017. In the different tabs, you can see the employee benefits, and whenever Big Corp wants to push an announcement to you, you can see that in the Messages tab. Of course, as the tech lead, you've chosen to make this app with React Native. Now imagine that one day, the great leader of the big corporation makes a huge announcement. He says that everybody needs to work from the office now. And as the tech lead, you're responsible for doing something about this. Now, fortunately for you, it's really easy to implement this announcement. All you have to do is render a banner and tell everybody that they gotta work from the office now. And while the implementation is relatively simple, getting it out to your end users is slightly harder. So I'm going to go over how to do that with the update tools that we made. Several years ago, we made this tool called Expo Publish. And we got a lot of feedback from folks over the years, so we went ahead and decided to build a new thing. The new thing we built is called EAS Update. And the main difference between EAS Update and the older Expo Publish is that EAS Update works with all React Native apps. There's also a better, more ergonomic workflow. So the way you use this is you open up your command line and you run the EAS Update command. You provide a branch name. So for example, it's production in this case. And you provide a human-readable message. And right now, we've implemented the new employee policy. So let's take a look at how updates are delivered to your end users. In our Employee Success app, we've installed a module called Expo Updates. And this is responsible for calling out to the update server and asking for the newest app update. The server will realize that you last deployed the banner telling everybody to work from the office, so it's going to deliver it to you. So let's take a look at the end user's perspective. They're going to see the original version of the app, and upon the next reload, we're going to see the newer version with the banner. Now, a lot of you might be wondering, how exactly are these updates being delivered to the end users, and what amount of control do you have over it? So we have different policies that you can specify, and the first one I'll go over is the default policy that comes out of the box. So by default, at time 0, on the first time when the first time you open an app, you see the splash screen. And right away, we will query for the newest update in the background. Okay, when all that is happening, we will show the old update that is already loaded on the phone. Now let's look at the second time the user opens up the app. As usual, they'll see the splash screen, but right away, we'll load the update we previously downloaded. So let's take a look at the trade-offs of this policy. The good parts of it is that it minimizes TTI, so the user doesn't have to wait long to see any kind of experience. But the downside is that it takes a little longer for the user to get any kind of update. All right, so let's imagine that you're not really happy with this default policy. Say you want your users to get updates a little bit sooner. So you can specify a policy like fallback to cache timeout in your app.json in order to accomplish this. In our example, we set it to 3 seconds. The way this will work is that the user will open their app, and as usual, they'll see the splash screen, and right away, we'll start downloading the new update. Now, in the happy case, we've downloaded the update very quickly. So say, for example, at 500 milliseconds, we'll show it to the user right away. But now I want you to imagine the worst possible case. Say if we start downloading the app, and we see the splash screen as usual, but at 500 milliseconds, we notice that the user has really, really bad internet. And in the absolute worst case scenario, at 3 seconds, say if we haven't even downloaded this update, we want the user to see something. So what we'll do is we'll fall back to the old update. If we look at the trade-offs for this policy, we'll see that on the downside, there's a longer TTI. So in the worst case scenario, you're going to have to wait 3 seconds to see an update. But on the upside, users are able to get updates faster. And if you aren't happy with any of the policies that come out of the box, you can roll your own. So for example, in our updates module, we've exposed the JavaScript API in order for you to create your own custom policy. For example, there are methods to check for new updates, or to reload your app, or to fetch an update. All right, so I'll quickly go over what exactly an update is. In any given React Native app, we split everything into 2 main categories. The first category is the update layer, and this comprises of your JavaScript and your TypeScript code in addition to your image assets. And these are typically all the things that can change with an update. In the second category, we call it the native layer, and this is usually the stuff that is considered immutable. This is your app configuration, your app icon, and most importantly, it's all the native code inside your binary. This cannot be changed with an update, and in order for any of this to change, you will need to get an update from the App Store or the Play Store. All right, so now the great leader has a new big announcement. He says that not only does everybody need to work from the office now, but everybody has to work there at least 40 hours a week. And as the tech lead, you're responsible for doing something about it. So you have a big brain idea. You think to yourself, well, what if I enforce this with location tracking? If I know where the user is at all times, I can figure out how long they've been spending in the office. So let's take a look at how we're going to implement location tracking in our app. Recall that we have 2 categories of layers. We've got the update layer, which is your JavaScript and TypeScript code that can change, and the native layer, which is your native code that can't change with an update. What you're going to do is probably go to npm, download a stable location package, and when you install it, a lot of native files will get installed into your app. And most notably, you're going to see a lot of Kotlin and Swift files, and these are the routines that let you access the native device APIs, like, say, GPS. And because you want to track the user's location, you're probably going to define some file, something like location.ts, and call out to get the location's current position. And for example, say we're on the Android platform. Once this code is run, it's going to map directly to a routine defined in the location Kotlin module. So to recap, now that we've made location tracking, we've got 2 versions of our app. We've got the original version with our basic application logic, basic native modules, and we've got our second version with location tracking. And the main difference here is that we've got a native location module in the native layer. And this is what the end user sees. Whenever they go into Office, we track their current location, and we can show Bob, the employee, his progress. So in this example, we can see Bob has been in Office 28 hours this week, and that's not bad at all. All right, so as a tech lead, you're never satisfied with the status quo. You always strive to be better. So let's take a look at how we can make a small improvement to this app. Let's say that you want to make a small enhancement, like show a green dot when the employee is in the office, so you can see their progress in real time. The logic is quite simple. You get the location of the user, and once you know the office coordinates, you can figure out the distance they are from office, and maybe if you adjust for about half a kilometer, you can choose to conditionally render a green dot that way. And then once you're comfortable with this implementation, you deploy it using EAS update and provide a human-readable message. For example, show a green dot when the user is in office. So let's quickly go over how exactly these two app runtimes will receive an update with our original app and the location app with tracking. In our app with location tracking, we're going to query to the servers for the newest update. The server is going to remember that the last update you deployed is this green dot update, and it's going to give it to you. Now, when this location code runs, it's going to map directly to a routine defined in the native location module. And because that exists in this version of the app, we're all good. But now let's look at our original app. It's also going to query the server for the newest update. And assuming that that's all the information that there was in the query, the server is going to return the green dot update. And when that code is run, it's going to try to call into the routine defined in the native location module. Unfortunately, that doesn't really exist in the original app, and an error will be thrown. But fortunately, we would recover from this and reload the app using an old update. I have an asterisk here because error recovery is a bit nuanced in different cases. But in this particular example, when the initial app render fails, we're going to assume that the new update just wasn't good, and we're going to fall back to the old update. Right. So when we reload the app, the user will get rerouted back to the home screen and see the older version. Right. So the main takeaway from this example is that not all updates are compatible with all runtimes. So for example, our green dot update was only compatible with the tracking app, but it was not compatible with the original app. And the main reason for that is the difference in the native layers. One has the native location module, and the other one does not. And because there is a difference at the native layer, we'd say that they have different runtimes. So let's try this again. Instead of the tracking app asking for just the newest update, it's going to ask the server for the newest update compatible with its runtime. As usual, the server gives back the green dot update. And because we have a native location module, everything works out. But now let's look at the original app. This time, we're not just going to query for the newest update, but we're going to query for it for the compatible runtime. And this time, the server is going to look and say, there aren't any new updates. So the original app is going to continue running as is. Because you can have many different app runtimes, it can be hard to visualize what exact updates they're going to get. So at Expo, we've made a UI called the deployment UI to help you visualize that. For example, in the app with location tracking, we can see that we've deployed it to production. And we can see in the right here that whenever a user with this app version queries for a new update, we're going to show the green dot when the user is in office. All right. So I'm going to take a step back from mobile development, and I want to talk about how web development works today. Imagine that you're on the Chrome browsers, and you're looking at various websites on the internet. In your Chrome application, you have your website JavaScript, and you also have the browser runtime. So these are the WebSockets, the web storage APIs, what have you. Whenever you request for website JavaScript, that's delivered to you by your web server. And this usually happens often. But now let's imagine if W3C releases a standard and the Chrome team decides to update the API. We call this a browser runtime change. Say, for example, you improve the WebSocket API. Whenever you want a new version of your browser runtime, the Google Chrome servers are going to deliver that to you. And relative to the amount of times you request for your JavaScript API, this happens rarely. So when we look at how our version of mobile development works, we have our app JavaScript, and that's delivered to us by the update servers, and that happens relatively often. If we look at the native runtime for our mobile development, whenever that changes, that's delivered by the Google Play Store or the App Store, and it happens relatively rarely. And given that we have the same model as web development, one of the upsides is that if we implement features that are in the JavaScript layer or they're like image assets, they can be deployed to our end users with relative ease and with relative speed. All right, so enough about that. The great leader has a new announcement. And not only does he want you to show up to the office all the time, but he says that if you don't show up, we're going to have to assume you have resigned. And as the tech lead, of course, you're responsible for doing something about that. So you think to yourself, well, what if we implemented auto-resignation? So let's take a look at what would be required to implement auto-resignation in your app. Fortunately for you, you don't really need to put in any native layers or any native modules, but you're just going to have a TypeScript file with your auto-resignation logic. So from the end user's perspective, let's just imagine that Bob, the employee, hasn't been in office for very long. Say he's only been in office 8 hours this week. We're going to show him that he's been resigned. Because, well, if you haven't been in office, that's equivalent to resigning. When you're comfortable with this implementation, you're going to deploy it to production, and it's going to be released to the users. So everybody's going to have, at the big corporation, is going to have the old version of the app initially. But as they reload, people are slowly going to be having this resignation version. And as people start getting this, you realize that they become really upset. Some employees say that they don't want to resign. And other employees say, screw it, I'll just go work for Twitter instead. You realize that this was all a huge, huge mistake. And you realize that you don't really want to deliver this resignation app. You really want to deliver your old update, the green dot when the users are in office. So all of the updates that you deploy have a group ID that can be queried in our systems. If you want to redeploy a previous update, what you do is in the command line, you'd specify the group ID as well as a republished flag. And when this happens, what the users will see is that instead of the resignation version of the app, on their next reload, they're going to be seeing the older published that you've deployed. All right, so that's pretty much all the EAS updates features in a nutshell and a crash course. Thank you so much for listening. And if you have any questions, you can DM me on Twitter.
OK, we have a second trivia session now. It's going to be a little bit of a difficult question. I'm curious if people are going to get it. So first of all, who's familiar with snack? Not like snacks, but snack like Expo snack. OK. only the people that know about it are going to have any chance of answering this question. So the question is, around the time that Snack was released, it was not actually called Snack first. It had a different name. Can anyone guess the name? Does anyone know the name? Just yell it out. That's a spiritual predecessor, but if no one can get it, we'll give that one. Nobody? It lasted for a few days. It was announced like this on Hacker News. Okay, yeah, I didn't think anyone would get it. Cool, so React Native Playground is another thing that existed before that, was a similar tool. So the name when we released it was called Sketch. And people on Hacker News got very upset that there was another tool already called Sketch. And so we're like, OK, let's just change the name. So yeah, naming things is really fun, as you all know. So Snack is great because it allows you to make a little playground very quickly, very fast in your browser. But when it comes to making apps fast, that's a totally different story. And that is what Alex is going to talk about here now.
OK, it's here. Cool. Wow. Hi, everyone. Can I just say, such an absolute pleasure to be here talking. And I mean, the venue is really nice. The city looks beautiful. This conference is really great. And thank you so much, Software Mention, for organizing, because yeah, this is great. And all right, I know what you're thinking. I know that I'm the only thing standing between you and lunch. So I'll get a move on. I'm Alex. I'm a tech lead at BAM. We develop mobile apps in Flutter, Kotlin, and of course, React Native. And if you don't recognize me from the website profile picture, well, I have a bit less hair and a bit more glasses. But that's me. Anyway, I'm specifically interested in the subject of mobile apps performance. And what's that? Well, short story. We had a client at some point, and he asked us to build a mobile app in React Native and a web app in React. We thought, cool, easy peasy. That's what we do. And this client had very good technical standards, and he had performance standards that he wanted us to enforce. On the website, he told us to respect a certain lighthouse score, to respect certain metrics like time to interactive, etc. Very cool. On the mobile apps, he told us, well, the app should not lag. That's it. That's the only thing he told us. And, well, I mean, that's not very scientific, right? Like, you have lighthouse score, the app should not lag. That's it. And I thought, well, there's such a disparity between web performance monitoring tool and mobile apps performance monitoring tool that it got me thinking, well, first, what actually makes an app performant? How do you know if my app is performant with, like, a scientific measure? Well, if you Google it, you will find a video by Google, which will be available in the slides, saying that your app should run at 60 frames per second, 60 FPS. It should be able to draw 60 images per second, for example, when you scroll down, to give basically an impression of smoothness. Basically, it's like a movie. You know, it's animated pictures. Your app is just drawing those animated pictures to give an impression of smoothness. And the question is, what about React Native apps? Because, I mean, we're React Native app developers here. And, well, this is true also for React Native apps, because essentially they're native apps, so they have to run at 60 FPS as well on the native UI thread. But is it enough? Well, of course, there are some added complexity, and one of them is the Giec thread. Your app could be running at 60 FPS natively, but if your app is a React Native app, you're going to have a lot of logic probably running on the Giec side of things. And so here I have an app with a click me button. I click it, it updates the state, 1, 2, 3. But I also have a kill.js button, the blue one. And this one runs expensive calculation on the Giec thread. If you're interested, it calculates the Fibonacci suite, whatever. But basically here you can see that if I click kill.js, I can click me as much as I want, nothing happens. And it's not only until kill.js has finished running its expensive calculation that, yeah, I can see that the button has been actually clicked. So your app can actually run at 60 FPS natively, but the JS could actually make it still unresponsive, and the user could actually be clicking stuff and nothing is happening. So it's important to check it out. And this is why React Native offers this view, the performance monitor, displaying UI, so the native thread, FPS, and also JS FPS. And this is why we created a Flipper plugin to be able to display it in a graph over time. And also, as an added bonus, it gives you a performance score, kind of naively calculated, but it's a nice thing to use for performance benchmarking. Well, speaking of performance benchmarking, it's quite hard to do, actually. And so let me give you some small tips on performance measures. The first one is easy, but I think it's one of the most important ones. You should test on a lower-end device. I mean, if you test only your app on an iPhone, chances are that you will miss a lot of issues that your users can actually have. It's interesting to note that actually an iPhone 13 can run code 10 times as fast as a Samsung Galaxy A21s. And this is one of the most sold Android devices in the world. So important to take into account those lower-end Android devices. Second tip, make your measures deterministic. Well, I should say as deterministic as possible, because usually performance measures are not going to be deterministic. But basically, since you're never going to get really the same results, you can just average your measures over several iterations. As much as possible, keep the same conditions for every measure, like what data was loaded, what is the network latency, etc., stuff like this. And if you can, automate the behavior you want to test. It's the best thing to do to keep the same conditions, right? And you might not need an end-to-end end-to-end testing tool, to do that. Like on Android, for example, ADB is pretty awesome. Like here, you can do ADB shell input swipe, and boom, the list will just scroll, just with a simple command line, which is nice. Third tip. Disable JS dev. You might encounter issue. So this is available on Android only, actually. But if you shake the device, you can disable the JS dev mode, because otherwise you might encounter issues that will not actually happen in production. So just to be sure, disable it. And the fourth tip is, well, if you find some issues, analyze them with the best analysis tools around. And, well, basically you can have two issues, either on the JS thread, I mean, so far, and in this case, you can use React DevTools, which is pretty awesome, and I will show later on how we used it, for example. You can run a JS Flame Graph with Hermes Profiler. That can be useful as well. On the UI thread, let's face it, we're JS developers mostly, so it can be a bit trickier. But on Android Studio, you have the System Trace Profiler. It's also available in Perfecto.ui. And on Xcode, you have Xcode instruments, which can be useful. All right, but let's dive in a concrete example now. So TF1 is a French TV channel, and we were rebuilding their news app in React Native. And so we thought, well, let's ensure that the home feed scrolling is actually very fluid. So we wanted to ensure that on a low-end device, the JS FPS will always be over 0. Because if it hits 0, basically, like the user could scroll down and click, and it would not be responsive. And that the UI FPS would stay at 60. So the list would be fluid, and even if the user tries to click, like the apps should still be interactable. So, following the 4 essential tips, that's what we did. We used the Samsung J3 2017. This is a pretty bad device, but this is our favorite one. And our research shows that actually about like 15–20% of users had a performance similar to this one, so still. We set up measuring for 10 seconds in our Flipper plugin. We reload with JS Dev Mode disabled, as I mentioned. We wait for the feed to be loaded, so the top of the feed, because it's paginated, just to be sure that we're in the same conditions every time. We hit start measuring on the Flipper plugin. We run ADB shell input swipe, blah, blah, blah. And we wait until the end of the 10 seconds for the measure to finish. And then when we have some measures, we reproduce this 5 times to be able to average it. Whew, OK. And this is what it gave us. plugin was saying our score average was 40 out of 100. I mean, basically, you see those graphs, they should never reach 0, but the JS one was reaching 0 for like 4 seconds, which means that the app would be unresponsive for 4 seconds, so not very good. The UI thread was okay-ish. So needless to say, this was just unacceptable. And we ran to React DevTools now to fix it. And React DevTools is available in Flipper out of the box as well. And the first thing you want to do to analyze issues is first just check this box, record why each component rendered while profiling. I mean, you can guess why, but we'll see later on why it's useful. But then basically click Start Recording, redo what you were doing. So in our case, that would be running ADB shell input swipe to trigger a scroll. Stop the recording, and it should give you something like this. OK, let's navigate a bit through this. So the first thing you want to check is this. This is the list of commits that happened during this phase. So commits is the phase where React applies any changes. So this is the place where stuff actually happens. The expensive stuff actually happens. In our case, if we zoom in, we had 21 commits happening during our scroll. And usually, when finding performance issues, you want to find the most expensive ones. So in our case, that would be the 11th bar, which is the highest one, and it's also in orange. So if we click on it, this is what we see. All right, if you've never seen this before, this is pretty colorful. Basically, essentially, this is the hierarchy, the React tree of all the components in your app. And in gray are the components that are not rendering. So no performance issues there. The rest actually is rendering. All right. If we zoom in a little bit, we can see that at the top here, for example, we have flat list. Our home feed was a flat list, so there it is. Its direct child is a virtualized list. This is internal to the code of React Native. Inside the flat list code, you have virtualized list as a child. Then it has context consumer as a child of virtualized list context provider, etc. All the way down to context provider, which has several children called cell renderer, which is actually also in the internal implementation of flat list, wrapping your what you pass in your render item. All right. You also have, for each component, 2 metrics. The left one is called the self-time. Self-time is the amount of time that the component took to render, excluding all of its children. The right one is total time, the total amount of time that the component took to render, including all of its children. You will notice that here, this is 2.9 seconds. Needless to say, this is very high. I mean, we had 3 or 4 seconds of JS being dead. I think we have like a nice culprit here. All right, so we have a virtualized list here rendering, and we have a lot of all of our list items here rendering. So what you want to check now is why are they rendering, right? Because maybe those are new items appearing when we scroll down, appearing at the end of the list, so they would be mounted for the first time. OK, because of the option that we activated before, we can check if it's indeed an initial render by hovering over the component. And this is what you would see. This is the first time the component rendered. Or maybe it's a re-render. And in our case, this is what we saw. Like, virtualized list was re-rendering because of a state change last. We don't know what that is. It's inside the flat list implementation. All right, so this means that basically we scroll down, our list is re-rendering, and some list items that were already rendered are also re-rendering. So we scroll down, and basically all of our list children are re-rendering, and this is super expensive because it takes 3 seconds. And I mean, they don't need to be re-rendered, right? We rendered them before. They should not. So what's happening here? All right, let me take you through 4 small iterations that we took to fix those performance issues. First one, I mean, let me talk about virtualization. If you have a scroll view, if you have a list of like 10,000 elements, of course you don't want to display them in a scroll view because 10,000 elements to render at the same time is going to kill your phone. So you virtualize. Here, for example, you have the green stuff, which is virtualized, and you render only a bit ahead of the viewport and only a bit before the viewport, the user's viewport. I mean, I'm saying a bit, but it's worth noting that in React Native, by default, you render 10 screens worth of item on top of the user viewport, and 10 screens worth of item below the user viewport. So basically, virtualization, I mean, you actually render 21 screens worth of items by default in a flat list. So it is virtualized, but by default, you actually render a lot of items. Good to know. And how does it work in the flat list in JavaScript, in React Native internal implementation? Well, it keeps the state, internal state, with first and last. Those are the indexes of the first element to be rendered and the last element to be rendered. That makes sense. Actually, you scroll down. The last element to be rendered increases because you scroll down. So that's what actually is triggering the state change and re-rendering the virtualized list. So that makes a lot of sense, actually, which means that by design, when you scroll down, render item is actually called. So you have a flat list, you scroll down, and render item is called when you scroll and a new element appears all the time. Which means that you should memorize all of your list items and ensure that they don't get re-rendered. And so that's what we did. And we went from something like this. If we run the same experience with the memo in React DevTools, we had something a bit like this. The biggest difference is here. We have a lot more gray stuff, or elements not memoized, not re-rendering. Above it, you still have some green stuff, because it's the internal implementation of the virtualized list with the state change, last and first, and we said that was OK, so all good. At the bottom, you still have green stuff, though, which seems annoying. We'll get to that soon enough. First, I mean, we made a small improvement, it seems, so I want to check it out and check out what our score is now. And with the plugin, we saw that we went from 40 to 52. Kind of nice. JS was dead for 3 seconds now. Still pretty bad, but better. And UI thread was still kind of OK. All right, so just with a simple memo somewhere, we made some nice improvement. But let's go a bit deeper. All right, this was the last React DevTools flame graph. And let's take a look at why we have those green stuff at the bottom. So if we zoom in on this one, we see that we have a cell, a list item, or cell renderer here. And the first element rendering here is the virtualized list, a virtualized list. So we have a virtualized list inside a list item inside our vertical home feed. And this is because actually we have horizontal carousels inside our home feed, implemented with React Native Snap carousels, which uses a flat list. So those are the virtualized lists. Like if we take a look, here, those 1, 2, 3, 7, we had 7 carousels at the top of our home feed, and so those are the ones that are actually re-rendering for some reason. If we take a look at why, we see that it's re-rendering because of context change. And actually, this is because when you nest flat list, the parent flat list will pass in its virtualization window state, so the first and last from before. It will pass this as context to the nested flat list, which means basically that if you scroll the parent vertical list, the render item on the nested list will also be called, which means, again, that you should memorize everything. You should memorize your list items. And so in our case, that would be our carousel slides. So we memoized our slides, and we went from this to something like this. I think it's very hard to see the difference. Mainly here, you have a bit more gray at the bottom. Those are the slides that we memoized. Actually, something new also appeared at the right. But if we check it out, we see that this is the first time those components rendered. So this means that actually, when we scroll down the list, some new items appeared. And so they were rendered for the first time. So OK, let's not deal with that. Let's focus on excessive re-rendering for now. All right, so well, first, let's check our score. And we went from 52 to about 54. I mean, basically the same. JS thread log was the same, UI thread was kind of the same. So not such a good improvement, actually. All right, so we need to go deeper, iteration 3. What's going on? Let's zoom in on one of the carousels here. So, OK, we see that this is the list, the horizontal list, carousel. And we see that it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 10 cells, so basically, or 10 slides. Wait, 10? No, that doesn't actually make sense, because in our app, we have only carousels with 4 slides. But this is when we realized that this is because we enabled the loop property on React Native Snap Carousel. And the loop property on React Native Snap Carousel works by adding 3 slides at the beginning of the carousel and 3 slides at the end of the carousel. The brightest among you will have noticed that this checks. And so, yeah, basically it renders 10 slides instead of 4. And I mean, this is important to know like what the libraries you're using are actually doing, because we thought like, well, I mean, it's not so great for performance that it's actually rendering 10 slides instead of 4. So we disabled the prop, and then we went from something like this in React DevTools to something like this. If we zoom in on a carousel, we now have 4 slides, or 4 slides, that are being rendered. So we reduce a lot the time to render for each of the carousels. All right, let's check the score. Now we went to 70. All right. JS is only dead for 1 second, and the UI thread is still kind of close to 60. But still, I mean, JS being dead for 1 second means that the app will be, I mean, if the user scrolls and tries to click, it will take 1 second to basically process the click. So still not great. All right, that brings us to the last iteration. OK, let's click on the virtualized list. So this is still the carousel. If we zoom in on one of the slides of the carousel, you see that there are the 4 slides, 4 column of the carousel. If we zoom in, we can see that we have the virtualized list at the top, and it's still taking 75 milliseconds, and it's not supposed to be doing anything. Like, OK, I mean, it's re-rendering, sure, but we memoized so much stuff. It should not be doing anything, just like small comparisons. Like, it should take less than 1 millisecond, basically. OK, we notice this guy here, animated component. It's displayed in orange. So React DevTools will display in orange the components that have a very high self-time compared to very high total time. So it took a lot of time to render, and it's not because of its children. Like, there's something problematic with this guy here. OK, so animated component here basically is expensive to render, and it's re-rendering every time we scroll. But where is it coming from? Because here, this is the flat list code, so from virtualized list to cell render. Here, it's our code. It's our memo slide, like we can see anonymous memo. Probably shouldn't have some anonymous component, actually, but anyway. So this is actually coming from React Native Snap Carousel. And indeed, animated component is what is used to make the nice transitions between slides. But here, it's expensive, and it's re-rendering, so it should at least be memoized. And it's not. So we thought, well, maybe we could patch React Native Snap Carousel. But at this point, we thought, nesting virtualized list is tricky. Like, OK, like the nested list is re-rendering because of the parent list, because of blah, 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 virtualization windows everywhere. Maybe can we just avoid it? Actually, the answer is yes, because remember when I was saying that by default, React will render 10 screens worth of items ahead of your list, in your list? In our case, we have only 4 slides. So actually, if we have a flat list, by default, we have no virtualization benefits whatsoever. So we just disabled it. We actually recoded the carousel with a scroll view and the paging enabled prop. And now we have this. And we have gray everywhere here, which means that nothing is rendering anymore. So we killed all of the excessive re-rendering now when we scroll down. And so now if we check our score, we went to 90. JS is never dead. And the UI thread is still close to 60. Whew. All right, well, this was actually a day worth of work. This took a while. And so my advice here is measure your app's performance. Try it out. I mean, chances are that if your app has some code that has been there, like if your app has, you've written code in your app for like 3 years or something, you will likely have performance issues if you've never really checked. Specifically, if you've never checked on a low-end Android device. So I encourage you to try and test your app on a low-end Android device. You can use the plugin, try to find areas hitting 0 JS FPS or being below 60 UI FPS. Analyze and fix them, obviously. And then check your score improvement. I mean, the score is always nice to be able to say, ooh, we went from 40 to 90. I mean, if you want to tell that to your client, he will usually understand better that a score has increased than if you talk to him about like FPS or something. All right, and well, what's next? Well, we have a high focus also on automating measures because you could see that this was a bit tedious to do. And I'm also looking forward to watching the talk from Michał, I don't know how to pronounce that, sorry, from CallStack later on about something like this. Very excited for this. We want to add new metrics also, like time to interactive, RAM usage, stuff like this. And measure production apps, at least on Android. Because we know that we're pretty far from having a lighthouse for mobile apps now, but if we do all of this, I mean, yeah, I think we're getting closer. And a lot of those are actually coming over the summer. So if you want to stay tuned, you can follow me on Twitter, or if you have any questions, you can just ping me on Twitter, or just hit me up during the conference whenever. That's it for me. Thank you for watching, and bon appétit.
Great. So it's lunchtime. It'll take maybe another 10 minutes for everything to be ready, so you can grab a coffee or hang around. Or I can explain another Canadian term to you if you're interested. Everyone's getting up now. OK, so there's this other Canadian term called a Canadian standoff. So if anyone's familiar with like a Mexican standoff, where you're standing around and everyone has guns pointed at each other, and there's no way out of it. I think it's called a Dutch standoff in Europe, maybe. So the Canadian standoff is when, imagine two people are trying to go into a door at the same time. And each of them says, no, you first, no, you first. And you get stuck in that. And the only way out is to go yourself and apologize profusely for having done that. So the point of saying this is there might be busyness around here getting lunch, so maybe try to get into a Canadian standoff with somebody and let them win.
In Kraków, a remarkable journey awaits you through time and culture, science and innovation. From the foundations of an ideal city, Nowa Huta, golden dream of socialism, to the medieval city centre. Besides monuments entered on UNESCO Heritage List, Kraków has something else to offer. People. In Kraków, every year, close to 200,000 people complete their higher education. This includes almost 6,000 foreigners. These are specialists in almost every field, from IT to biotechnology. No wonder that global players open their affiliates in Kraków. Krakow has become the center for modern services in Europe. Krakow is also a mecca for innovative business, from small catering unit to internet startups. A few of them have become world-famous brand names. Our town is called the Polish Silicon Valley. By investing in infrastructure and transport system, we draw closer to each other. Local public transport is considered to be the best in the country. The blue trams and buses carry 250,000 passengers each year. The map of the town shows that museums play a special role, especially those that have outstanding collections uncomparable with anything else in the world. As for instance, the Wawel Museum of Aviation, the only one of its kind in Poland. Here you will find in this part of Europe the largest library with access to books that constitute not only Polish heritage, but also that of all Europe. Old and modern architecture are the town's strong assets. In these interiors, not only are extraordinary concerts held, but also great sports and artistic events. One of these extraordinary places on the map of Krakow is Małopolski Garden of Art, an area for the implementation of innovative art projects combining many fields of art. Krakow, due to its center of congress, has become one of the leading places in Europe where both cultural and trade events are organized. Krakow is increasingly associated with excellent cuisine. Its restaurants offering both traditional Polish food dishes as well as those representing other often distant lands gain recognition amongst residents, tourists, and culinary experts. Hidden in the medieval cellars or located in sophisticated townhouses, vibrant centers of social life may be found. Krakow is a town which is unique, intriguing, and surprising. A unique mix of history and modernity inspires action. Experience Krakow.
Okay, so welcome back to Studio Live. It's me, Kamila, and Bartek, and we have another guest for you today. So our new guest is John Semp, who is a developer from Expo. He's flew in all the way from NYC. So hi, John.
Hi, and dzień dobry.
Yeah. So do you have any questions for John?
Hello, John. Okay, so Charlie, during his keynote, mentioned that there is an EAS service called EAS updates. Later on, Quinn had a presentation about updating your mobile app using this service. But we all know that you are an actual mastermind behind this whole service. That's your child baby, your idea. Do you mind, once again, explaining to us and sharing your view what this service is about?
Yes, so this service, we were talking to all kinds of developers about how they want to iterate on their apps. And we used to have this classic update service that allowed people to interchange the JavaScript of their app immediately, which was great. But as we talked to people, we realized that this is about so much more than just taking your JavaScript and switching it out over the air. What people wanted was web UIs. They wanted a way to roll back. They wanted a way to debug. And more than anything, they wanted to be able to work with hundreds of people on their team. And we just couldn't do that with our classic update service. And all of these things started to come together little by little. And we realized that these weren't just updates to our current service. We needed to build something new. So we started anew about a year and a half ago with EAS Update. This is something that Quinn talked about earlier. Charlie talked about it. We're super excited about it. It's so much more flexible. It's faster. You can debug things. It's got a web UI. We're really excited to release it to the world later this year. It's in preview right now.
So let's rephrase your words. So the alternatives that are already there, like classic Expo updates or maybe code push that is available from other company, is not offering all these things you are saying, right?
Yeah, so with any great service, you need more than just the technology that underlies it. You need everything that goes around it. And that's what we're striving to do with EAS Update. With all of our web UIs, with all the CLI output that you can get, hopefully anyone on your team, even non-developers, can see which build is getting which update. And we think being able to see that just makes it so that your team can work faster and work together better.
That's interesting. Very interesting and very useful.
OK, and we know that recently EAS updates entered the preview stage. So have you been getting any kind of useful feedback on this service from users?
Well, with any software you release, you're going to get a lot of feedback and a lot of it soon. So we've gotten a lot of feedback in all kinds of directions. We've gotten improvements we need to make. We've gotten things that are wrong. So we've been fixing bugs. We're trying to fix up all of the loose ends. We've had people use it actually a lot more than we thought they would. And so we've got to scale things more. And we're worried about all of those problems now. And so that's why it's in preview right now. We're sewing up those loose ends so that later this year, everyone can use it and it'll be a sturdy product.
OK, and could you tell us a little bit about the milestones that you guys have planned for the next couple of months when it comes to EAS updates?
Absolutely. So right now it's in preview. So anyone who has a paid plan with Expo can use it today. So we really encourage you to try it. We don't have an exact release date on when it will be available for free, but it will be later this year. We just don't want to make any promises because, as you know, making software can be a tumultuous thing.
Yeah, of course. And we also wanted to ask, is there anything still missing to make it publicly available for everyone other than, of course, tying any loose ends?
So one of the big changes we're making with Expo in general that's even outside of our updates product is we're switching the way that people pay for our services. Instead of having plans, we want to make it so you can just pay for what you use. For instance, I have a coffee app, and it has a few users, but not thousands, and I'm just one guy. So buying a whole plan might be a little expensive for me, so we want to open it up to everybody that way. So we're making the service work so that it works on demand for people. They can pay for just what they use, and so we're waiting on some of that functionality before we give it to everyone.
OK, all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John, for these answers. And thank you all for joining us for this another part of our studio live. We'll be here back in an hour. And right now, enjoy your meal.
Yeah.
See you.
Smacznego.
Hello everyone, it's Bartek and Kamila here, broadcasting live from Studio Live, part 3. We have another great guest here with us, Fernando Rojo, that came to us from New York City, America.
It's great to be here.
Okay, so Fernando, we know that you're an active contributor to many open source libraries such as Modi, Dripsy, and Slido. So we just wanted to ask, why did you decide on contributing to open source? When did you decide that that was something you were going to be into?
So I first started building our website and mobile app about 2 years ago, and we had a big goal to try to do it with a small team. So I started building it all with the same code base, and it didn't take long to run into a lot of issues, like responsive design, animations, and above all, navigation. So building these libraries was just a result of trying to solve my own problems, and I figured everyone else has to face these same things too, so why not just open source it?
Yeah. And how did you think of these names to these libraries? Are there any kind of funny stories around that?
So Dripsy was the first library I released of this style, and it was just late one night, and I thought of the sound Dripsy, and I just wrote it, and that was the name of the package. Modi is short for motion, since it's an animations library. And Solido is a Spanish word, which is a combination of solo, which means alone, and then ito is a suffix that kind of implies small or cute. And so Solido is a bit of an homage to the solo developer who's building alone for every platform. And it's a bit of a reflection of my time building with the stack.
Yeah, it's great.
Fernando, would you mind telling us about any important updates, recent updates that happened to these libraries?
Yeah, so Solido is a pretty new one. For about a year and a half, I was trying to figure out the right way to do navigation. And I won't say too much since I'll be mentioning this in my talk tomorrow. But as of late, there's some exciting releases around better type support for navigation. Recently, I released an improved interactions for Modi, which means you can use React Native gesture handler or even general hover and press styles with Modi interactions. So there have been some exciting things there.
Were you adapting to this new reanimated stuff that came up recently in your libraries?
Yeah, so the new Fabric support in Reanimated is pretty exciting. And something else that's pretty cool for the release of Reanimated 3 is a reduced bundle size, now that Reanimated 1 is taken out. And so I currently have an open pull request on the Reanimated repo to actually reduce the size of the library by about 80% on web. So now that the ecosystem is getting a bit more mature for cross-platform, I've been focusing some time on reducing bundle size on web so these React Native libraries can actually be viewed as mature web products.
So what are the main milestones you plan to deliver in the next couple of months for these libraries, apart from Solido, because you are going to tell us that tomorrow, probably?
Yeah. Well, it's tough to say all the plans. I do have a bit of a secret announcement that I'll have at the end of the talk tomorrow. I won't say too much more, but I'm pretty excited about it. And then there's some clear things that I think have been needed for a while that I'm going to be adding. First of all, a big part of Solido is just documenting the right patterns for using a cross-platform app. It can be easy to write code, but how should you organize web and native, all these kinds of questions. So a key component of that is going to be better example monorepos. So the Solido repo is going to have, for example, a new Tailwind example that's going to use pure Tailwind CSS on web, and a really exciting new way of building Tailwind with precompiled styles on native that takes strings into objects at build time. So those are the kinds of things I'm going to be doing, as well as a single API for layout animations across web and native. So I'm excited for what's ahead.
Yeah, so you heard here we're going to have an exciting announcement from Fernando tomorrow. He's already going to have a talk also tomorrow. So yeah, and so that's all for this Studio Live. We'll be starting up with the talks again in a couple of minutes. So we will see you all later. Thank you, Fernando.
Thank you,
Thanks
Fernando.
for having me.
Bye.
There is a place in the center of Europe where everything is possible. And every moment can mean everything. We will take you on a journey you will never forget, where imagination meets science and entrepreneurial creativity. Unique, our Kraków experience.
Hey. OK, I'm going to say something that Lorenzo isn't going to like very much. I think React Native is kind of like pineapple on pizza. All right? So hear me out for it, OK? So some people are like, this is great, this is the best, I love it. Other people are like, well, I don't really like it that much, but I understand why people can do whatever they want. And then there are some purists who, this is unthinkable. People should be imprisoned for doing this. This is the worst crime against humanity. And OK, so that's pineapple on pizza. And so these sort of purists, you can kind of think of them like, they're sort of like native developers, people with deep knowledge of a platform. They tend to be not the biggest fans of React Native. Now, I think Nicola is a bit of an exception of this. He has very deep knowledge in Android development, and he is putting that to use to make React Native better for everyone in his work at Meta. And so he is going to talk about what he does for us now. So a round of applause for Nicola.
Thank you. Hey, so hi everyone. Thank you very much for coming to this talk today. I'm super excited to tell you a little bit of updates on what we believe is our path to bring in the new React Native architecture to the open source community. Mandatory slide about myself. My name is Nicola Corti. I work as Android engineer in the React Native team at Meta. And you can find me online as Corti Nico, either on GitHub or on Twitter. So let's jump straight into the content, because we have so much to cover. And if today you were to search React Native new architecture on Google or on YouTube, you will find actually plenty of content. And specifically, I want to focus on YouTube. You will find quite a lot of videos, and some of those are a bit like old, let's say. We started talking about the new architecture in 2018. I really recommend those videos, by the way. But if you look at the last one, that's from my colleague Joshua at React Native EU 2021. And you can see how long it took for us to fully understand the scope of the new architecture and roll it out to the Facebook app. So I want to start from this last talk that Joshua gave last year. And if you haven't seen it, please make sure you take it back from the YouTube history. And in that talk, he showed us a timeline. The timeline started in Q2 2018, as I said, when the React Native team started to consider this major rewrite of the core of React Native. It turns out that the Facebook app, it's quite complicated, as more than 1,000 surfaces that are using React Native. And every team has been using edge cases of the API, or has been squeezing the performances out of React Native old architecture to try to save and improve those screens as much as possible. So rolling out the full new architecture to every screen was actually like a big endeavor. But now we're done. Like end of 2021, we officially updated all the surfaces of the Facebook app to the new arc. And so what's next? So Joshua left us there, mentioning that what's next is the open source community. And that's where we are now. It's 2022. We worked a lot to prepare content that we released to the community to help empower developers in the world to try and experience the new architecture, let us know what is not working for them, and adapt our infrastructure to everyone out there. So before we deep dive in the content, I actually want to do one step back and talk about the why. Because a lot of people actually ask me, like, how should I convince my customer to migrate to the new architecture? Or what is the real goal of the new architecture? Well, you should think of the new architecture as a major refactoring of the core. And if you still haven't got why we did it, well, it's all about the bridge. The new architecture allows to get rid of the bridge and comes with a lot of essential niceties that comes from getting rid of this component. Moreover, we took a stance of rewriting a lot of the rendering internals. They were different on Android, on iOS, because historically we used to have different implementation of the renderer, and they had a lot of divergence. So the new architecture goes in the direction of correctness. We wanted to develop something that is consistent across platform, has been rewritten in C++, so we can also share platform-specific optimizations. For example, on Android, we developed a feature called view flattening, which allowed to have some performance improvements on Android, and that was Android only historically. From now on, with the new architecture, we can develop improvements to the core and roll out new features that all the platforms that are built on top of the new arc will benefit. Moreover, we also took a bit of a look of the developer experience internally at Meta, and we believe that one thing that was missing in the old architecture was type safety. That's why we built a component called the Cogen, which allows us to bring type safety into the formula. And also, there are a lot of new capabilities. Some of those are, let's say, not public yet, but you might find them in the Git history of React Native. We're just not ready enough to publicly talk about them in a way that we feel that our users will be comfortable using them. But rest assured that there are specific projects and features that build only on top of the new architecture. Moreover, if you're aware of React 18, a lot of the new features of React 18 runs only on the new architecture. And I will talk more about it later in the talk. So whenever you look at the documentation of the new architecture, you will find several names and components coming over and over. We tend to refer to those as pillars. So the new architecture is composed by several pillars. First, the new renderer called Fabric. Then we have the new native module system called Turbo Modules. We have the Cogen, which is like an optional component which essentially generates code for you. And then we have the full bridgeless mode. This is one of the features that we have on main, but we are still not advocating as much. But rest assured, because more docs for this will come as well. So I want to spend a couple of seconds on the Cogen, because, again, a lot of people sometimes ask me, hey, do I need to use the Cogen? What is the value of the Cogen? And we talked about type safety, but what is the catch here? So what we do internally at Meta, and what we suggest people to do, is to use the Cogen to define those spec files. So essentially, you will have your specification of your API in a TypeScript file like this one. And you will declare what your Turbo module will do in this case. Here, you're saying that you have a function called answer the ultimate question, which takes in input a string and returns a number. And you're going to register that. So the focus of the Cogen is all about here, this function, answer the ultimate question, and the types in input and in output. What the Cogen does, it collects this information and creates specific code for every platform. So for example, on Android, what you will have is an abstract class with constructor and everything needed, and specifically one abstract method that you, the developer, need to implement. In this case, again, answer the ultimate question, Java string in input, and a double in output. On iOS, we're going to generate code that is equivalent. So you're going to have, in this case, Objective-C code, which is a protocol that you need to implement. This component, again, is optional. We are going to generate code because internally, we realized that a lot of developers were copying this code over and over. And so we felt like here there is opportunity for optimizing. We totally invite people to look at them. But again, this all new architecture setup works also without the Cogen. I also want to spend some time on a couple of improvements we are shipping alongside the new architecture, because they're quite critical. You might see changes going on in the setup of projects, and you might not wonder why we did certain changes. So I want to take a stance to reiterate on some of those. First, the build tools. As you probably know, the word inside Meta and outside Meta is quite different. Internally, we build everything with Buck. But externally, obviously, we can't pretend that an open source project will build with Buck. So we had to adapt our infrastructure to work well outside. That means that on Android, specifically, we did a lot of work to make possible for users to also compile C++ code. That means you will start seeing files like android.mk or CMake files, which contains instructions on how to build your native code. Moreover, a lot of the Java and Kotlin build logic has been moved inside the React Native Gradle plugin. That plugin is a fundamental part of the new architecture, contains all the logic to trigger the code gen, and it's going to be basically the future of all the Gradle logic related to React Native. So whatever now lives inside React.Gradle has already been ported inside the React Native Gradle plugin, and we're going to slowly deprecate the React.Gradle in the future. Similarly, for iOS, we have CocoaPods code and logic that has to be adapted. So you will find a lot of files .rb, so Ruby files that contains the logic to enable the code gen. Talking about changes that we're shipping alongside the new architecture, a couple of words on our JavaScript engine, Hermes. You will find in the new architecture documentation that Hermes is the recommended engine. When I say recommended, I want to stress the fact that we will keep on supporting pluggability with other engine, but a lot of our focus will be around optimizations for Hermes. So if you use Hermes, we are able to support you better. If you use another engine, well, it's essentially harder for us to support you in specific runtime issues that you might have. We are also moving towards Hermes being the default engine for new created projects. This is not the case yet, but we're looking into doing this change in the near future. There's been a lot of blog posts around it in the past, so expect this change to come. Moreover, in React Native 0.69, we are shipping a significant change related to Hermes, which we called bundled Hermes. What it practically means, it's that we are building a version of Hermes alongside a version of React Native every time. So it means that whenever you create a new project and you build on top of React Native 69, you are getting an engine together with that. There is assured that it works well with that specific version of React Native. Practically, this should have no impact on your build time, on your runtime. It should be as it was before. But yeah, like the reason why we did that is because historically we used to have some compatibility issues between React Native version and Hermes version. So we built this new integration to make sure that the engine and the runtime work well together. I also want to spend some time talking about another topic that is really close to my heart, which is modern languages. We have been hearing the community that wants to use more and more modern languages with React Native, and let me talk a little bit about it. First, TypeScript support. When we released the first version of the documentation for the new architecture, one of the biggest comments was like, I don't want to write my spec in Flow, which I totally understand. That's why we spent time adapting the code gen to support both Flow and TypeScript file. So now you can have your project with new architecture, with spec file in TypeScript, and everything will work. For Android, the modern language here is Catalin. I'm happy to share that Catalin is fully supported in React Native. We do have some modules of the core that are converted to Catalin, and we will be moving over and over other parts of the core. We are also working on adapting the website to be bilingual, so you will find documentation for Java and Kotlin alongside. I also want to mention that this is a community effort, so you can go on the website on this issue 3018 and claim a page and help us migrate the website over. And finally, you can expect the new app template to be migrated from Java to Kotlin in the near future. We just haven't done it right now because we feel that the new architecture is bringing already a lot of moving parts, and we don't want to add more pieces to the recipe, but that's our, let's say, North Star. Like, ideally, we would love the template to be fully in Kotlin. As for iOS, sadly, I don't have many concrete updates to share here. We are actively looking into it. Sadly, the situation for Swift is a little bit more complicated due to interoperability with C++, but people are looking at that. So I hope to have more news to share in the future. So as I was mentioning versions of React Native, I want to take a stance to talk a little bit about the timeline and the versions of React Native that we released, which features they shipped, and where do we stand today. So the first version of React Native that supports the new architecture is version 68. Here, practically, I'm a bit lying, because actually the code was in main since several versions, but 68 is the first version that contains an easy way to opt in the new architecture. So with one line, you can enable the new arc and experience it. And we tested this version in a lot of edge cases, and we think is stable enough to be considered the first version of React Native that contains the new architecture. 69 will contain bundled Hermes, which I talked about before, and is the first version of React Native that will support React 18. I'm going to talk about it in some seconds. And for 70, we already have a couple of features that are either lined up on main, so they already landed and they will just be released as soon as we cut a branch, or that we plan to release, which are basically close to completion, which are first Android auto-linking support for new architecture capable libraries. We're going to add support for full CMake integration for Android projects. This will deeply simplify your project setup, and ideally will clean up a lot of the extra file that we asked you to create in the first version of React Native. And a thing that has already landed on main is unified codegen config. We received a lot of feedback saying that the way how the codegen was configured between Android and iOS was not consistent. So we unified that, and that is already available in main, will be released in React Native 70. And for the future, well, to the infinity and beyond, here I like to say that some of the features that we shipped in 70 are there because people came, knocked at our door, and said, like, those 3 things are not working for me because. So we are keen to hear your feedback, to hear what's not working for you, to hear if there are edge cases that we haven't covered, and so that we can shape the next versions and prioritize our development accordingly. I mentioned React 18, and I want to stress a little bit on the interaction between React and React Native, because I believe there was a little bit of confusion in the community in the past, and I prepared a little table here to re-explain it. So if you are on React Native 67 or React Native 68, you are essentially on React 17. Even if you go in your package.json and change the version there, you are still running the React 17 renderer. So in order to be on React 18, you need to be on React Native 69. That's the first version of React Native that supports 18. That being said, there is like a one-on-one relationship between React Native version and React version. So when you are on React Native 69, you will be only on React 18. You can't downgrade. But where is the catch? So React 18 comes with a lot of new concurrent APIs and features, like start transitions and others. And those features rely on Fabric, rely on the new architecture to run. Essentially, if you are on 69 and you enable the new architecture, you are running on React 18 with all the concurrent features available to you to use. While if you are on 69 and you are still on the old architecture, you are basically running React 18 in legacy mode. So this is a strong argument to move to the new architecture and don't miss up on those APIs. The reason why we created this setup is to allow users to slowly migrate to the new architecture And now is the time to look into the migration, what is needed, what is missing, and so on. In a year from now, things might not look as good, and please, take some time, look into the new architecture, let us know what doesn't work for you, and so on. And now, I talk a lot about docs, but actually I haven't showed anything about it yet. So let me share a little bit on which material and content we prepared for the community and where you can learn more about the new architecture. And I want to stress how docs here, I think, are actually the point of everything. I remember listening to the React Native show, episode 11, I think, and people actually said, yeah, the new architecture is already there since a while, and no one really knows how to use it. And that's the truth. So the reason why docs were not there is because, well, first, we haven't finished the rollout internally, and at Meta, we strongly believe that whatever we release to the community has been stress tested inside our app. So we, cover a lot of edge cases, and trust me, we have several. So which are those docs that we actually released? First, there is a new guide in the React Native website called the new architecture, and that contains instruction on how to use essentially the new architecture from the perspective of a library author and from the perspective of an app author. We are also working on extending this section and adding more examples, essentially, this first guide was released in December. In the meanwhile, a lot of things have been improved, and we did a second pass over the website. This new guide is essentially nearly ready and will be released in the next future, but you will still find it here in the guides called the new architecture. Similarly, we also worked on a new section that you will find here on top called architecture. And this might sound a little bit confusing, but that section contains deep dives. So another comment that we received a lot in the past is there is no way to understand how Fabric works internally other than reverse engineering the code, which is not great. So we spent time writing docs. We have a first set of documentation related to how Fabric works internally, with diagrams and so on, and we will be extending this section in the future. We also worked a lot in terms of material on the new app template. As I said before, 68 is the first version that contains the new architecture, and we adapted the template to make as easy as possible to try the new arc. So essentially, once you create a new project, create React Native in it, on iOS, we hooked everything inside a pod install. So normally, you will pod install, or the init will do it for you, and that will set up the project. But now, if you add this extra environment variable, new arc enabled, the project will be configured to let you try the new architecture. And you can just run it with run iOS. On Android, similarly, we do have a Gradle properties file with a property called new arc enabled, false, you set it to true. Or you can pass an environment variable and run with run Android, and ideally everything will work as well. To be 100% sure that you're running on Fabric and the new architecture and everything, Metro will actually tell you that the app is running with Fabric true and concurrent root set to true. So you are good to go. I want to mention a couple of other content and material that you might find useful if you want to, again, try the new architecture and report issues or problems you might have. First is the new architecture working group. So this is a working group similar to the React 18 working group that my colleagues from the runtime team worked on last year. And it's a discussion-only repository, which contains sections where people can interact, ask questions, go into deep dive question and tell us, I don't understand how this works, can you please explain, is this doable with the new architecture, and so on. And so initially we thought of making this invite-only and have just only like a list of people, as the React 18 working group was doing. in the past, but we felt that for the new architecture, specifically in this case, we wanted to allow everyone in the community to contribute. So you can fill in that form that you find on the README and apply there. We will check your application, and most of the people get approved. We received some spam in the past, so that's also a way to prevent that, and is a way to make sure that the discussion is focused around React Native. Finally, we also developed a couple of sample repositories. Specifically, there is one called the app sample repo. You will find it inside the community projects. And this contains several branches that explains how to migrate one app, let's say one Android app or one iOS app, from the old architecture to the new architecture. And the reason why this is, I think, valuable is also because we spent time creating a commit by commit setup. So you can find in the Git history all the single step that has been done, documented with a message on why that is needed. Similarly, we also have a repository for libraries. And here you can find, again, a turbo module and a fabric component that has been created initially as a simple component or as a simple native module and has been migrated over. Finally, I want to call out some libraries that wrote on the React Native working group that they started looking into the migration. Some of them already migrated, have a version that is compatible with the new architecture. Maybe there are some missing pieces, and so on. But please, if your library is still not migrated or you still haven't considered the new architecture, now is the time to look into that. And my hope is that, I don't know, in 6 months from now, in a year from now, when I search React Native new architecture, your blog post will appear there on how you migrated your app to the new architecture, or on which pain you faced, or why this was not the right thing for you. Like, we are here for celebrating, but also for understanding what's not working and adapting. So we are keen to hear your migration story, and we really want to hear what doesn't work for you. So with this, I want to thank you very much for listening. I want to recall that React Native is developed by Meta, but is one of the projects that we believe is most community-driven that we have. And we are so looking forward to your contribution to React Native, Hermes, Metro, or any other projects. So again, thank you very much for listening. I'm happy to connect with you. And I'll see you on the GitHub issue tracker or on a pull request.
All right, thanks, Nicola. I'm so glad that the Italians out there and on the stage didn't Will Smith me after that last comment that I made, but okay, so speaking of celebrities, we have Keanu Reeves, Justin Bieber, Drake, and Ryan Reynolds. They all have something in common with Shopify. Can anyone guess what that is? Nobody? This should be. I also have it in common with. There you go, Canada. Okay. Don't worry. Tomorrow we'll have 2 new hosts. I got fired. So Bartek, who's a native to Poland, and Kamila, who is New Jersey, Polish, but lives here now. They will be doing all this tomorrow. So hopefully we can learn more about Poland tomorrow. But speaking of New Jersey and speaking of Shopify, our next speaker is from right next to New Jersey, in New York, or lives there rather, and works at Shopify. And so if we can give her a warm welcome, that'd be great. Thanks.
All right. There you go. Thank you guys for coming to this talk, rather in general for to come in the presentation. I'm really happy to be able to be in this in real live conference, back slowly to it. The past two conferences that I had the opportunity to be presenting at were held virtually, actually from here, from Poland. And they were great experiences because we got to reach to more people that, well, obviously virtually. But I'm super excited to be able to interact with people that is doing the same thing that we're doing, and just in general to be visiting Poland. So again, super excited about being here. My name is Monica Restrepo, and I am a software developer at Shopify. And today, I have two goals. The first one is to share the experience that we have, the work, rather, that we're doing at Shopify in order to contribute to React Native to make it better, and also to inspire you to do the same, whether as an individual contributor or as a company. The motivation for this is really clear. Contributing to open source builds the future of software. And also contributing particularly to React Native makes it undeniable the best, as I found in this React for the haters in a 100 seconds video. So that's, I think, a good reason to do it. So let me start with some context on the story of Shopify. After many years of doing native development, mobile development in this case, a few years ago, we decided to start adapting React Native as our default platform for building mobile applications. And the fact that this was done only a few years ago, and not in 2015, when React Native was actually open sourced, might sound a little odd to you. But this only goes along with the way we take and bet on new technologies at Shopify. We have both a conservative and an open mind way to maintain and incorporate new technologies into our stack. And this gives us two benefits. So the first one is that we get to actually build up a deep level of expertise in the technologies that are foundational to our products. But it also allows us to take calculate bets on emerging technologies, knowing that sometimes some of these technologies come to stay, and some just like disappear or evolve into better technologies as time passes. So in the case of React Native, when it was first open source in 2015, we started exploring it within, and just to check what possible things and positive things it will take into our products. We did it by using it at some of our internal hackathons. And while we were able to see the many advantages that it had, we also were aware that performance wasn't better than the products that we already have, performance that we had in our products. And the absence of first-class Android support was a reason for us to just hold on into transitioning completely. But, sorry, I'm just going to skip a little bit here. We continued in exploring React, using it some like POCing in general, using it in some of our demos, and just like seeing if how viable it was to rewrite some of the applications and products that we already have developed in it. And it was back in 2018 when we decided to say yes to the framework, and initially just take on the challenge of rewrite one of our most popular applications at the time, the Arrive app, which is now known as the Shop app. And this was a great candidate because we didn't have Android support for this application, and we obviously wanted to reach to these users. We had also learned from the previous experience, for the experience of one of the companies that Shopify acquired, who have been implementing React Native 100% for their applications. We also realized that having already been using React Web will allow us to have a learning curve a little bit less steep when it comes to onboarding developers into developing for for mobile. And we thought that it was a great opportunity for us to start also investing in the framework or library, right? Something for the long term that was only not for us, but also for the community. So just the same way we do with Ruby on Rails, Kubernetes, and rich media. So later that year, this was one back. Oops. Yeah, there it goes, storyline. So later that year and at the beginning of 2019, and after having a very good experience rewriting the Arrive or Shop app, we decided to start rewriting also our POS, point of sale application. And then the Start team, which is the team responsible for helping merchants that are new to entrepreneurship, decides to also write the Compass app, which is now Shopify Learn, fully in React Native. So this is how we started our journey with React Native at Shopify. And this, as I was saying, took us to adapt the framework as our default framework for developer mobile applications and develop our internal onboarding process so new and old developers in the company could learn basic and advanced React Native. Obviously, this along with our commitment to contribute to React Native from the community perspective, because at Shopify, we believe that building software is team sport. So how do we actually contribute to React Native within Shopify? So again, coming back to we recognizing how important is it to contribute to community and especially open source projects. And with React in particular, which one of its biggest features is the support of the community. We have people like us developers, but we also have companies like so far mentioned, and in general, just like many other companies do, contributed and committed to tackle the issues that the framework has, and also happy to bring the framework to higher levels every time. So we understand that we are also responsible for the change that we want to see in the products we use and the technology that we use as well. And this is one of our biggest motivations when it comes to contributing to open source projects. And this brings me to start actually talking about the projects that we have been open sourcing and contributing for React. And the first one that I want to bring up is React Native Skia, which I know many of you are familiar with. Skia is a cross-platform drawing library that serves as the graphics engine currently for Google OS, Mozilla, and Firefox OS, and many other products. When we decided to onboard this project, our main motivation was to tackle one of React Native's biggest challenges, and it is its limited graphical capabilities. So we took the initiative of William Candillon and Christian Falk, who first brought up the idea of extending React Native usability to being able to express complex drawings like certain apps like Figma already do. And we could quickly offer the full support to this project. So our original goals with Skia are to provide React Native with a set of powerful two-dimension drawing primitives that are consistent across iOS, Android, and web. Skia shortens the gap with Reanimated, enabling rich access to low-level two-dimensional rendering. It is also used in a lot of animations and different interactions, but also works within the boundaries of whatever you can render within Skia already. And I have a couple of very cool examples of what Skia can accomplish. Thank you, William, for this. This example, in this case, showcases a couple of drawing primitives that previously were unavailable in the React Native ecosystem. Each button in this example contains a drop and an inner shadow. The progress bar is rendered with an angular gradient. And at the bottom sheet, we use a backdrop filter to blur the content below. And this is another example, more for Android. This is like a breath simulator that is also animated with Skia. So you can witness how it is, well, maybe with the example code, how it is to represent animations in Skia and just like drawings overall. OK. Another way that we have been actually contributing to better React Native and is through our support to Software Mention's open source projects. We have React Native screens. Well, Software Mention has them, and we are supporting them, which exposes native navigation, containers, components to React Native. We also have Reanimated, which provides a low-level abstraction for the animated library API. And then the famous gesture handler that aims to replace React Native's gesture responder system. All of these projects are projects that are widely used for the community and just overall pretty much a big percentage of all React Native applications. And we have been focusing with Software Mentions team in providing first-class feedback to changes and actively supporting and work towards the evolution of these libraries. These projects continue to make React Native development smoother and also more effective. And we have also benefited for the relationship that we hold with Software Mentions because they are experts definitely in React Native. So it has been a win-win situation that starts from the idea of like open source and contributing to the community. What was that? OK, so and the last project that we have been working on, and we are also about to open source, it started with our support to the wish list project and continue with our own project. And it's meant to tackle one of the most frustrating aspects of developing in React Native, which is quickly scrolling lists. And I think we all have faced the challenges that it implies to have a bunch of items being rendered in flat lists and just like seeming very flanky or just having like the awful white spaces at the bottom and stuff like that. So Flash List, which is how we decided to name this project, is a fast-performing React Native list, which aims to prevent the blank cells that I was just mentioning. It's a swap from flat list in seconds, and the idea is to get instant performance, as you can see in the demo, and you will see in the next one. It's meant, this already works on top of recycler list view to create a drop-in replacement for flat list that, again, provides very performant rendering, even in low-end devices. We are currently on version 06.1, and migrations were straightforward and very performant for a couple of teams that we have been doing it. So right now, our shop team, which is the one that leads the efforts for the shop app, have migrated the search results list to use Flash List. And our POS team has migrated their order list with significant performance improvements, which makes us really happy. This example here is an example of 200 objects or items in this Flash list, I'm sorry. And you can see how seamlessly and fast that can be. So I recommend you guys, once open source, to try it. OK. So bringing Skia and to React Native, helping improve the libraries that we are very familiar with, like Reanimated and Gesture Handler, and trying to solve the problem for cranky flat lists are some of the contributions that have helped our work at Shopify when developing our own products, but also have solved many of the issues for many of the developers out there, right? With like the example of Skia or the other libraries that I just previously mentioned. So this makes, again, a win-win situation for us as a company because we become, our development process becomes better. It helps us to just make the evolution of React more solid and rapid and just better for all of us, right? Which brings me back to, I actually skipped one slide. There you go. To talk about the many advantages of having the community or just companies in general shape what React Native is now and what it will be in the future by guaranteeing a rapid and solid evolution, not only of the library, but also of the mobile development experience overall. At Shopify, we believe that detecting the weak points of the technologies that we work with and working on them together with the community and within Shopify itself, we can improve, and not only improve any of the technology that we use, but in this case, React Native, but also make development better for our engineers, make our products better, and help us have a good impact in the framework itself to continue moving forward. And well, just wanted to conclude with, when I started at Shopify, one of the things that I was the most excited about was the idea of being able to contribute to multiple or any project that Shopify is currently working on. Because Shopify works with that open source mind, where you can literally just drop in and see if you have better ways to improve projects or anything, you can just pretty much do it. My official position in the company is not even of a mobile developer. I'm currently doing backend, but I'm really passionate about doing mobile work. That has been what I've been doing the whole time in my career. So I have had infinite opportunities to fix and improve some of our own projects on the mobile side of the things at Shopify. And so I don't forget what I've learned in mobile. And this has been really cool. So I think that it makes sense for us to also bring this mindset to everybody here today and everywhere who is using the library that we are so in love with now, and we have adopted as our main tool to build the future of mobile, not only for us, but also for all. That's it. Thank you so much.
Okay, Polish trivia, all right? So, so this place, this venue that we're at was previously used as a tram depot, and after that, as a go-kart circuit, okay? So which famous Polish F1 driver practiced here when he was growing up? I'm gonna have to hear these words louder. Yeah, I think everyone said Kubica. Which, is that the only F1 driver from Poland, or is there more? That's the right answer. Yeah, I guess that guy, you can get the thing. Just find me at some point. No one's come, next time I'm up here, I'm gonna bring it's 2 bottles of beer from the brewery. I'm gonna bring them and put them over there, and then you just come get it, because nobody's finding me, so. Right, but speaking of trams and cars, they both have axles on their wheels, right? Coincidentally, our next speaker is named Axel. It's weird, right? All right, here you go.
Thanks, Brian. I appreciate it. Hi, everyone. Welcome to App.js. First of all, I want to start with a huge round of applause for Software Mention. The team is amazing, super, super nice. I love Poland now, so. And also, of course, the Expo team, which has been amazing over the years, but with all the announcement of this morning, I'm a long Expo, so. Okay, cool. So you can call me Ax. I'm a software engineer and entrepreneur working on Showtime. Showtime is a Web3 social network. And for the past 6 months, I've been working with my front-end team on rebuilding the whole web app and the whole mobile app. And we learned a lot about how to build a universal app. And we ended up building a whole design system with a lot of components. So I just want to take some minutes to teach you about what we learned and help you build your own design system. So how it started? So back when I was talking with Charlie about joining Expo, so in January 21, if I remember correctly, I was like, hey, Charlie, I have a crazy idea for Expo. It's a premium design system for Expo apps. You can use it to build your apps faster. Think of it like Expo modules, but for UI components. And why do people want this? Because you have less line of code to write, so less bugs. Designed and implemented by the best. Universal, so works with Expo Web and Next.js thanks to React Native Web. And responsive, because of course, multiple platforms, but also multiple screen sizes. Integrated with Expo APIs, because you want to use the Expo modules, of course. And also including native UI components, like if you want a drop-down menu or context menu on iOS, for example. So I shared this. I chatted with Charlie for a while about it. We didn't end up building this at Expo yet because it's quite complex. It takes a lot of time and money. But I eventually ended up working on this at Showtime. And just before I'm gonna talk about what we built, I just want to give some clarification about what I say when I say universal, because it can mean a lot of things. So for me, universal, it's some code that runs on all the platforms. So you can think of it like cross-platform or multi-platform. But in this case, it's really also supporting web too. And in the future, maybe desktop and other platform. And a design system is a library of UI components and other type of elements and components that share a common visual language. And so going back to what we are doing now with Showtime, after 6 months of working very hard, we just announced, actually no, I'm just announcing right now. So we just published on NPM 42 components of our design system. So we are actually getting there. But you would ask me, why do I need a universal app? Why do I need to bother with sharing code? And why do I want a shared design system? So I'll just tell you our story. And our story is we are a very small team. We raised a bunch of money, but we are still in this early stage startup phase where you want to go super fast. You want to iterate pretty quickly. We don't know what the future is made from. We are building a new paradigm with a blockchain technology. So we just want to go super, super fast. So we want one code base to build all our apps at the same time. But it eventually made us realize that it's making our code easier to maintain, because it's less code to write, it's less code to iterate on, less code to also throw in the trash. It's obviously making our team move much faster. We are only four full-time engineers on the front end. And it also forced us to create a very good app. So when I say a very good app, it's when you build for multiple size, when you build for multiple platforms, you are forced to really think deeply about the UI components and also the user experience you are creating. And the more you invest time in your iOS app, for example, you will just eventually make it better on web too, for example. So it's really forcing you to go deep in what it takes to create a good app. So coming to the how do you build a universal design system? So you can build your own. I really recommend to create your own monorepo with your package/design system folder where you can create all your custom components. And you can also use universal, so the set of components we are going to open source right now. So what's universal, you will say? Universal is not another new framework. It's not another new design system with very opinionated visual design. You can think of it more like a meta framework. So we are packaging all the knowledge that you can get from using Expo, from using Next.js, and making it very accessible and very easy to use. So we are building on top of Solito, we are building on top of Moti, we are building on top of all these crazy technologies that make you create a very good universal app. And I like to think of universal as the missing piece for React Native today, because Google, like Android and Flutter, does have material design. And it's pretty neat, even if everyone is hating on Flutter, it's nice for new developers to just use material design right out of the box. With Apple, you have, for iOS, iPadOS, macOS, and tvOS, Swift UI, which is pretty good too, and the human guidelines, the human interface guidelines. For React DOM, you can see new experiments like Radix UI, Headless UI, and Material UI, who all create very, very high quality, unstyled components that makes it much, much easier to create a good app. And so I'd like to think that now React Native has universal, and that's the missing piece that everyone was waiting for. You can think of it as like a superset of React Native components. which you should pretty much use even if you just do a React DOM app, because you will use the view, the text component, and all these great components that makes it much easy to like maintain your code. But also, like, as soon as you want a mobile app, you just have a mobile app. You just use Expo and create your mobile app. So it's merely what React should look like in the end. It's like React and React Native used together. It's almost a glimpse in the future, like what React will be at some point. Because we have React, we have React Native, we now have React Native for web. We just need to stop this nonsense, right? It's like, it's React, it's the same community, we are all building the same apps. As Charlie mentioned earlier, it's like you want to go as fast as possible from actually creating your project to releasing it, and bringing the community together and building these kind of apps, which is probably the theme of this year at App.js, is a way forward. So yeah, that's universal. We want to help you create great iOS, Android, and web app for all the screen sizes and platforms. And so a little bit of announcement. I'll just like open source the monorepo because I've been postponing this for a while now. So here is a Showtime monorepo where we do have a lot of apps. So we have the Expo app, the Next.js app, the Storybook React Native app, which is a React Native Expo app that using all the stories pretty nicely, and the Storybook React app. And we also have the packages with our universal app and the design system. And so the design system is obviously what I've been talking about for a while. And so you can see that's pretty much a lot of work we did in the last 6 months. So I'll just go ahead and let's do it. All right. Yeah. Huge shout out to my team, Nishan, Enes, Alan, Mo, everyone who worked on this. Like, that's huge. I'll just announce it on Twitter. All right. Okay, I just need to do this. Sorry. So anyway, I can continue with the slide. So you will see in this design system, we open sourced a lot of components. A lot of them are still like a work in progress. Of course, that's pretty hard to nail and to get right. But we are getting there. And the main difference with all the stuff we already saw is that's actually something we use in a real-world app. And to me, that's the main difference. Like, have you like created components that are battle-tested, that are like used by real people in a real-world app? And okay, let's go. Let's do it again. I'm sorry, guys. Nope. OK. Oh, let's go. All right, so you can see the GitHub repo. There is a lot of things to build yet. Like, we don't have any docs, so it's only on Storybook, but it's already pretty good, so that's pretty useful. We released the components through Bit, which is a pretty neat platform, and so you can go on bit.cloud/showtime/universal. I already spoiled this, but on NPM too, and you can see the Figma file, who was designed by a very good designer. So as it's now like still tightly integrated with your app, it's still a good thing to have like the Figma file. But as soon as we are joined by other companies and other developers, we'll just like go away from our own design system and let people like have control over the components. So yeah, I'm really glad that we finally open source this. It's all like Web3 mantra to be very open. So you can see like everything we track via RudderStack, like all the analytics. But it's also like, to me, very personal. It's a way for us to help you learn how to create a universal app. And I always learn by just looking at code and going on GitHub. Like I learned to program at 15 years old by working on a private World of Warcraft server. And I remember like just going on Trinity Core repo and looking at the code, learning about C++, MySQL. So I just like want to pay it forward to all the new developers who actually try to make sense out of the Expo universal apps and all this mess. Because to be honest, we need to figure it out. So if you want to have a look, just go on GitHub. You can install it, you can import it, you can fork it, you can contribute to it. And if you have any issues, please just reach out. So a little bit more like details on what we actually do. So you can see that we import the view and the text from the showtime.xyz universal components. And right now we use Tailwind because it's a very nice solution for us to do styling and theming. And it's very much how we want it to be for now. So we won't care about styling and theming. It's all about unstyled component. But for now, you can just use Tailwind as we do. But that's very much recommended. You can see here dark mode and responsive design is made very simple thanks to this approach. So I'm very looking forward to actually improve this in the next version. We are going to use a new library called Tailwind CSS React Native, which will use actual CSS on web. So it requires a new version of React Native for web, but it's definitely the way to go. And it's working very well for us. It's also like what makes the React, like the universal React component, look much better because as a web developer, you can just catch up on Tailwind because if you're a web developer, you probably know Tailwind already. So if you see this kind of code, which is actually React Native, you are not out of your comfort zone. You know what you're doing. So what's Universal UI? Again, I said it's a lot of high-quality components. It's working on all the platform, iOS, Android, and web. It's working with Expo and Next.js. So right now, we are very opinionated about this, but it's really the best way to build an app right now. So you can see a preview of all the components. We have a bunch of components that we tightly integrate with all the best frameworks, so Expo and Next.js again, but also Reanimated, Moti, Bottom Sheet by Mo, who is working with us. We are really like, we don't try to reinvent the wheel, except for the components that really need to. But otherwise, we just use what's best in the community. And also like paying it forward, improving them, sometimes for web support, obviously. I haven't put some details on it, but also the typography is pretty advanced. We use capsize to avoid the padding on the font, and it's something that you should definitely do. So I will release a blog post. I already did one on how to build a design system, and the next one will be how to build a great design system once we release with V1. And you guessed it, for V2, it will be how to build a perfect design system once we actually release the unstyled components. OK, live demo. Wish me luck. I'll just show you the Showtime app on the web, because I don't want to take too much risk. So that's the Showtime web app. We just launched it a week ago. That's my profile. So I'll just focus on the components. So here is a tab view. You can click around, and like, I don't know if I have a good network, but you can click around and see like what I'm doing. You can see the following with a pretty neat modal. I can edit my profile again with a pretty neat modal. I have a drop-down menu here. I have a select here. There is a bunch of stuff happening here. I can also see like the search popover. Like, that's a lot of components on this screen. So I'll just try to show you the mobile version. Nope. And so on mobile, you can see it's exactly the same screen, but shrink down. And it's also like obviously the same that we share with the mobile app. But as you can see here, oh, sorry, the demo is not perfect, but it's not loading. But you can see that the components are like exactly the same. And so for example, the modal here is opening as a bottom sheet. So for some reason, it's not loading, but OK, it's happening anyway. I'll just continue like this. So what I just showed you with the modal going to this bottom sheet like is actually quite complex to get right, because you need a pretty good navigation handling so you don't mess it up. So we actually created this HOC called with modal screen, which is embedding the modal sheet, which actually like creates this on large screen the kind of modal you saw during the demo, but renders as a bottom sheet. And it will be very easy for you to just like add some props to actually make it swipeable like a real bottom sheet. You saw the menu, so on iOS, it will also render as a iOS menu, but on web, it's using Radix menu. Because, again, we don't want to reinvent the wheel, we just use what's already existing. So for the modal, on the left, you can see the native iOS form sheet. In center, you can see the centered dialog kind of modal, and on the web, the one I just showed you, the bottom sheet. So that's really a step forward from what we saw in terms of design system, because it's not just about the UI components. Like, of course, you can render a button everywhere, sharing the same code, but sharing modals and drop-down menu and all these complex UI and UX components are much complex. So I don't want to share some code because it's pretty advanced, so I don't want to bore you guys. So if you want to do this kind of stuff, just catch me after the talk, and I'll show you how it's done. But to me, that's very exciting, and that's taking the space a little bit forward. So again, like for the roadmap, for V1, I really want to use React Native Web v18 because it's finally accepting class name for web, so you can use actual CSS. So for media queries, it's much better, and a lot of other things. So that's what Tailwind CSS React Native is doing. We are working with Mark to implement it in our components. Again, it's still like alpha for React Native Web, so it's still early, so that's why I didn't want it to release it yet, but it's a work in progress. A big focus will be to work seamlessly in other apps, because right now it's working well for us, which is a good thing, but I want you to use it in your own app. And to be fair, like, I want to use it in my own side projects. So later on, we'll focus also on accessibility and docs, because that's very important, and we want to get support from the community. And for the V2, we want to ship with the unstyled version of the components, so you don't, like, if you don't like Tailwind, I feel you don't have to use Tailwind. You'll be able to just use the components as they are and create your own visual design. And hopefully for V2, we'd get support for big players like big companies and other startups that want to actually help us building this. So for the contributors, of course, that's myself, but also Nishan, which has done like an amazing job. Mo, who is working with us from the Margello team, big shout out. Alan and Enes, who just joined. And maybe you, like, we are doing this to create a great community project. So if you want to contribute, and I know some of you already reached out on Twitter, like just raise your hand, like just find me and we'll get you on board. I'm very looking forward to meet you all. And for the sponsors, right now it's showtime. So as I said, we have a lot of money in the bank, but we also have like a lot of things to experiment on. So I won't spend my time like full time on this, obviously. So if you want to sponsor our work, like Expo, Software Mention, I'm looking at you right now. Just like let me know and we'll find a way to make it work. Again, it's all about the people, right? I didn't make my slide pixel perfect. I didn't want it to like go deep in details. We can talk about it later. It's all about connecting with the community right now. So I've been so grateful for this opportunity to meet with a bunch of friends now, because we have been talking for like 2 years or maybe like more for some people. So let's just get around and like, we can do a meetup in the chill zone after the conference, after the talk. And if you are building a universal app, I want to learn more about your experience. Fernando will be here to talk about Solito and help you get started. I can even like get you on board with Universal if you want to play around. So yeah, that's here, chill zone, after the talk. We'll have some fun. So yeah, again, thank you very much, everyone. I have some time for questions. I really wanted to like make it chill. So like, do you have any questions? Yes, David. So the question is, what's the advice for the younger version of yourself? Yeah, of myself. I mean, last talk I did was 5 years ago at the Family in Paris, and it was called From React to React Native. And I tried to share components with the style component style, and I already like tried to like share some code because I knew there is like some value in it. But it was pretty hard. So to me, the best advice I can give is start with a monorepo. Like you definitely need a monorepo. Now it's pretty easy, again, thanks to the work we did with Fernando. You can create a monorepo. It's very, very well supported by Expo now, by Next.js too. So create a monorepo. Don't be afraid to like just import stuff, customize it, export it again, create your own library. Even for Solito, like you will see on the code base, but we actually do a lot of custom stuff on top of the library. And it's the same with what you will probably do with the design system. You will just import the unstyled component from Universal and build your own. So don't be afraid. Go deep, patch the node modules if you want to, but make it yours. And on a more personal advice, I would say, like, yeah, again, it's all about the people. Like, find your community, find your people, stick to it. Like, it's what matters. I've been so lucky to be working with the Expo team, with Fernando, with Nishan, and all my team now. It's what kept me going, you know? It's like, if you have good people around you, you will do your best work with them. So, yeah. Is there, yeah. I don't know about the time, but do we have time for more questions? Like 1 minute. Nope? Yep. Thank you for your awesome presentation. Thank you. Yeah. Are you reusing, like, for example, your model shapes or some like those? Are you reusing the packages or do you implement them by yourself? So everything lives in the packages/design system, but everything is also released through Bit and on NPM. So we actually re-import all the packages from the other packages. So you don't have to use all the package, but if there is some dependencies from like one package to another, it will be automatically handled by. What if you were using somebody's package? Yeah. And then, for example, stuff is not maintained anymore. Yeah. Something goes wrong with it. You know? Yeah. Or the creator of this package decides to go another way. Yeah. If you're using it, you want it to become, to improve. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. We'll just fork it. That's the magic of open source. So for people online, the question was, what's your plan if a company stops maintaining a package or if a maintainer goes down and like you are using this package in your own components? So we'll just fork it. That's also something we did recently. Alan just forked the React Native tab view component. So huge shout out to Satya, who is here tonight, but it's not maintained the way we would like it to be. And so Alan just forked the component. And we are taking on the burden. So that's why we also need like more contributors and more sponsors so we can actually like move the community forward. But yeah, we'll take this burden. We'll actually like help a lot of components and a lot of people like maintaining their own library. So we actually sponsored Solito. We actually worked with Fernando to sponsor this. We work with Mo for supporting the bottom sheet on web. We are doing a lot to invest more in open source. We also like work with Software Mention right now, so we can actually make React Native Reanimated better on web. So small spoiler, we are going to port the Babel plugin to SWC. So if you use Next.js, you will be able to actually use the new compiler using SWC on web. So we really want to make the whole React Native for web ecosystem better. And again, I say React Native for web, but it's just React. Thanks. Thank you, guys. See you later.
OK, if you answered one of the trivia questions correctly, there's going to be the prize here. Each person gets a couple of beers from this brewery. So kind of the honor system. I don't really know what any of you look like, except for a very bright white light. There you go. Oh yeah, I recognize you. OK, so 2 little housekeeping items. One, there's a QA tomorrow, and so if you go onto the App.js Conf Twitter and look at the pinned tweet, if you respond to that with any questions that you have in advance, that would be appreciated. The second thing is that contrary to what it says on your badge, there are 2 talks after this break. We moved Sanket's talk to the morning, so just 2 more left. And yeah, that's basically it. So let's go and take the break. Sorry, I don't have any Canadian things to tell you about.
In Krakow, a remarkable journey awaits you through time and culture, science and innovation. From the foundations of an ideal city, Nowa Huta, golden dream of socialism, to the medieval city centre. Besides monuments entered on UNESCO Heritage List, Krakow has something else to offer. People. In Krakow, every year, close to 200,000 people complete their higher education. This includes almost 6,000 foreigners. These are specialists in almost every field, from IT to biotechnology. No wonder that global players open their affiliates in Krakow. Krakow has become the center for modern services in Europe. Krakow is also a mecca for innovative business, from small catering unit to internet startups. A few of them have become world-famous brand names. Our town is called the Polish Silicon Valley. By investing in infrastructure and transport system, we draw closer to each other. Local public transport is considered to be the best in the country. The blue trams and buses carry 250,000 passengers each year. The map of the town shows that museums play a special role, especially those that have outstanding collections uncomparable with anything else in the world. As for instance, the Wawel Museum of Aviation, the only one of its kind in Poland. Here you will find in this part of Europe the largest library with access to books that constitute not only Polish heritage, but also that of all Europe. Old and modern architecture are the town's strong assets. In these interiors, not only are extraordinary concerts held, but also great sports and artistic events. One of these extraordinary places on the map of Krakow is Małopolski Garden of Art, an area for the implementation of innovative art projects combining many fields of art. Krakow, due to its center of congress, has become one of the leading places in Europe where both cultural and trade events are organized. Krakow is increasingly associated with excellent cuisine. Its restaurants offering both traditional Polish food dishes as well as those representing other often distant lands gain recognition amongst residents, tourists and culinary experts. Hidden in the medieval cellars or located in sophisticated townhouses, vibrant centers of social life may be found. Krakow is a town which is unique, intriguing and surprising. A unique mix of history and modernity inspires action. Experience Krakow.
Hi, everybody. It's Kamila and Bartek again with Studio Live. So we have a really exciting guest for today. It's Derek Stavis, who is an engineering manager at Brex. So, hi.
Hi. How are you?
OK. Bartek, you have some questions?
Naturally. Derek, I think that I've learned recently that at Brex, around 4 years ago, you've built an infrastructure very similar to the EAS that we have currently. But right now, you are in the middle of the process of migration to EAS. Do you mind sharing us your perspective on this migration process?
Of course, yes. So yeah, 4 years ago, we started using Expo. It was an amazing experience, and one of the things that we needed to do is to have native modules. And there's always a challenge of having to build the native modules itself. And we were using the Expo Manage workflow, and then we decided to do our own build process on the CI to be able to compile the app with the native modules. And we end up with something very similar to what EAS is nowadays. And so I'm really excited with the launch of EAS because we'll be able to replace all the custom code that we made, all the management of trying to find a CI tool that allows us to run macOS builds, which not every CI supports macOS. And so I'm super excited about EAS coming up here because it's going to reduce a lot of the burden that we have in maintaining the CI pipeline ourselves. And it's going to speed up significantly. Today, our build is not the fastest. And on my experience, on my pet projects using EAS, I see that EAS is amazing fast. And so I'm super excited about having all that infrastructure and letting our team focus on building the product and the business versus doing infrastructure. We prefer to let people that are very qualified on the infrastructure, like Expo folks, to build those tools for us.
That's awesome. But as I said, you're in the middle of the process of migration to these services. Are there any pain points right now at this very moment that are blocking you from migrating fully right now?
Yeah, I think there are a couple challenges that we still have to overcome. We just started the idea of the project, and that means that we have to upgrade Expo to the most recent release. We do have to convert all the scripts that we have created ourselves into the EAS scripts, which, to be honest, I think is good because it has way better structure. This morning, we had a presentation talking a little bit about config plugins and how that works. I think that brings a way better structure for us to structure the way that we want to modify files instead of just applying a bunch of string replacements in files, which is kind of what we've been doing. And so I think that migrating those scripts is one of the challenges that we have to overcome. The second part is we have a lot of native modules that we have created our own. And I think that now we have Expo modules coming out. And I think the Expo modules are also amazing. And so probably one of the challenges is to move from our own code to Expo modules, make the decision if we do want to go with Expo modules or if we want to do React Native modules. So I think there are a lot of questions that we still have to answer about the migration process. But overall, the team is super excited with the idea of having a better structure to work in creating our own builds. And I think one of the things that is absolutely amazing about this is the custom dev clients. And so the dev clients is something that we don't have today. And with EAS, we're going to be able to have the dev clients. And so I think the other challenge is thinking about how people inside the company test the app. So we now need to have a distribution for it. Fortunately, we have EAS Submit, which will submit a dev client to test flight and automate a lot of that process. So I think there's still a lot of open questions for us and challenges to overcome. But I wouldn't say that we are blocked on anything other than ourselves on really migrating everything.
So overall, you want to delegate as much as possible to Expo?
That is the goal. That has always been the goal. I think one of the bigger reasons why we chose to go with Expo, years ago, was that we could delegate all of that stuff, to somebody that is focused on doing this. There is something that we really truly believe at Brex, that is, we should focus on building our core business. The more time we focus on building great products, the better we're going to be able to serve customers, right? And so, delegating the CI infrastructure for our backend was very, very important. So that's why we used build tools like BuildKite, right? If we had to build BuildKite at home, well, that's going to be a lot of effort, and this would skew our focus from building products to building infrastructure, right? And I think like the second part of that makes me super excited is Expo is focused on doing that, right? That's the core business. And I think that by having so many companies using Expo today, that makes Expo better because it's able to cover more use cases that if we were to come up with ourselves, we would not think about. So I think, this network of partners that work with Expo to make Expo better benefits us as well. And so I'm super excited about doing that.
Okay, and can you tell me where can people learn more about what you're working on at Brex?
Of course, yes. So we do have an engineering blog that you guys can take a look at. There is a lot of good information there, not only about the mobile projects we're doing, but also about some of the migrations we're doing on the backend side of things. If you want to learn more, I definitely recommend using the Brex engineering blog on Medium. And then the other way you can, maybe join us on these challenges. There's a lot of good stuff that we're doing. There's a lot of good work and amazing people working on the team. And you can go to brex.com/careers if you're interested in working with us and doing a lot of cool stuff with the Expo folks. We have a very cool and tight feedback loop with everybody there. And it's been amazing to work with this team, making, so much progress in the last 4 years.
Yeah, and you can also catch Derek around. He's a very chatty person, which me and Bartek definitely really appreciate. So yeah, so that's it for our Studio Live for today. So we'll see you all tomorrow, where we're going to be co-MCs for the third day of App.js. So thank you again, Derek.
Thank you.
And see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So imagine yourself living in 19th century Krakow and imagine that you have to make a decision. What do we build? Waterworks or a theater? Well, in the end of 19th century, the Krakowians decided to build a theater. The theater that is right next to me. There was actually a contest organized to choose the best design, the best project for the theater, and the project that won the contest was built, but it's not this one. It was built in Zurich, in Switzerland. The Krakowians decided to build the third place contender, and it's this one. And in fact, back then, in the end of 19th century, there was a problem with theaters, and the problem was security. Because back then, the lighting that was used inside was gas lighting. And there was a big threat of fire back then. That's why when this building, this theater was being built, the founders decided to use electricity instead. But there was another problem here. There was no power plant in Krakow back then. That's why, as a temporary solution, the founders of the theater decided to build a small power plant just for it, just for the theater. And it still exists. It's right behind the theater. You can even see it from here. However, it was used only for 10 years. Later, a real power plant was established in Krakow, and there was no more use for the old one that was established only for this building. Mariusz, Stanisz, Software Mention.
All right, 2 talks left today. Before we continue, I just want to recognize my favorite audience member, who's this guy sitting up front here, always smiling and laughing. And so he's the winner of this unofficial award. Yeah, there we go. Give yourself a round of applause. Sorry, what's your name? Edvin. There you go. Get that guy a beer later. Yeah, I'm his fan, you could say. And so Vanya here, where it's V-A-N-Y-A, but the V is kind of pronounced like an F, is going to be our next speaker. And so let's give her a round of applause.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Vanya, and today I would like to share our experience playing around with React Native at Traveloka. So before going into my presentation, I would like to confess that this is actually my first time speaking at a conference. So it's a bit intimidating. It's quite different seeing you guys from up here. So with that being said, if any of you notice any mistake from my side, I hope you won't, because I don't want to overthink it for the rest of my trip. Okay. Thank you, guys. I need that. Okay, with that out of the way, let me reintroduce myself. I'm Vanya from Indonesia. I am currently working at Traveloka as an engineering manager of a team called Multi-Platform Infra, where we do every core infrastructure work related to developing solutions that can be used on multiple platforms. And we have been heavily using React Native for over 5 years now. So let me start with introducing Traveloka first. Traveloka was founded in 2012. It just had its 10-year anniversary several months ago. And Traveloka now is a lifestyle super app that has 100+ million app downloads, providing 20+ products in travel, local services, and financial services across 6 countries across Southeast Asia and Australia. Now, as for the React Native part, back in October 2016, several engineers decided to do a comprehensive research on React Native. The goal was, of course, to see whether adopting React Native can be beneficial for Traveloka in the long run. Some tools that work for others might not work for us. This research was a necessity, of course. So we did research on 2 fronts. On the Traveloka mobile app itself, we created a whole new React Native-based product called Bills and Top Up on our pre-existing native application. We also did a proof of concept on our supply side by developing 2 B2B React Native applications from scratch for our hotel and attraction partners, Terra and Access. So it's not really a spoiler to say that the proof of concept worked. Otherwise, I will not be here speaking about React Native at Traveloka. It will be an entirely different topic. So over the years, the product being developed in Traveloka also grew, 6 of which are React Native products at our Traveloka mobile applications. These are like several pages that were built in React Native to showcase the breadth type of like our products. These are some more. Okay. And we also have 7 React Native based B2B applications, from hotel partners, bus drivers, to food delivery drivers. So for the benefit, we think these are the 3 biggest benefits of using React Native. For us specifically, the first one is reusability, of course. We talk about this all the time, right? And then the second one, certain time to market. And last but not least, reduce development bandwidth on a specific platform. Now, one of our goals, the team, is to maximize these benefits in Traveloka with architectural improvement resources and implementations. Now first, let's begin with the bird's eye view of our current architecture. We have what we call the district system. It is basically showcasing all the React Native related domains that we have been working on. So we have several district units here. The first one is core. Core is basically a set of libraries divided by its own distinct responsibility. At the center of it, as you can see, we have district util and district UI that contain common utilities and common UI components for our internal design system, respectively. We then have several libraries built on top of those two. These are only the examples that we have. Now, these libraries can be used on every other district unit, mainly on the demand side, on the Traveloka mobile app, and also on the supply side, we have B2B mobile applications. Other than that, Traveloka desktop, web, mobile, and B2B web tools can also use these core libraries as we are utilizing React Native Web. And one additional thing to note is that as we are utilizing React for our web development, web engineers can easily contribute to our core libraries or other district units. So moving on to the Traveloka mobile applications itself, we use the brownfield approach, meaning only parts of the whole Traveloka applications are developed using React Native. So for us, it's a matter of creating an environment that works for native Android, iOS, and React Native. So for this, we are using Git submodules. Basically, submodules allow you to include a Git repository inside another Git repository as a subdirectory. In our case, we have 3 individual repositories for Android, iOS, and React Native. The React Native repository, we call it District Traveloka, which only contains React Native JavaScript code in the SRC folder. Then includes Android and iOS repository as it got Git submodules. As you can see, District Traveloka then could have Android and iOS folders there. So this approach allows a clear environment separation between each platform, reducing context needed, especially for native engineers, because each engineers can work on an isolated repository. So when native engineers build their app from Android and iOS repository, we need to exclude our React Native code from there. But everything can be included only if it's being built from the District Traveloka repository. However, this approach introduces uncode breaking changes from time to time. For example, when there is a need for Android engineer to refactor something on the Android product A folder, they sometimes forget that you need to change it on the district folder as well. To get breaking change notification, we do a daily build from District Traveloka repository, as the build will always fail. And then another interesting thing about District Traveloka repository is that we have a shareable module to other district units that serve two purposes. The first one is for shareable product-specific building blocks. It is used for other products on District Traveloka if you want to share some building blocks to other district units, especially for B2B mobile applications. And the second one is for the mobile web version of the same feature on our Traveloka mobile web repository. So why did we put it on this repository instead of making it as one of the core libraries, you might ask? Yes, that can be done. However, that will also increase the development and maintenance effort that can be avoided, as the current approach works fine, since the primary development always happens on District Traveloka repository. So moving on, as we have products on both native and React Native sides, it's best to reuse things that already exist on the native side. We tend to create single source of truth on native side and prevent saving redundant data on React Native. For example, for our user session data. With that, we have various native modules, from accessing user data to complex image computations. And I will say that it comes down to the pros and cons of reusing native implementations by creating native modules. The first pro of reusing native implementation is that we have minimal maintenance effort. We only need to maintain the contract on our native modules instead of the whole feature, as the already existed feature has been maintained by other team. The second pro is that if you need to create a high-performance, multi-threaded computation, then yes, it's always best to create it natively. And the last pro is that by using native modules, we can have a single source of truth of our data management. With those pro points, of course, it comes with several cons as well. And the first con is that we then have double development effort. If we need to develop reusable implementation on the native side, then yes, you need to create it twice for each platform, not counting if the code is shareable to the web platform as well. And the second con is that sometimes there's a difference in platform implementation that you need to somehow bridge it. So basically, we assess whether we need to reuse native implementations or recreating it on the React Native side by weighing these points. Apart from that, not only are we sharing the code in the form of native modules, from as early as 2020, we also started researching on enhancing our interoperability between native and React Native with a single question. Is it possible to share UI components between native and React Native? And the answer is, of course, yes, but so let's start from this standpoint. From rendering native components on React Native pages perspective, we know that this is not a new concept since React Native already supports creating custom components, custom native UI components. However, as far as the official documentation goes, native UI components can only be rendered on React Native if and only if the view is stretched using Flex1 or the size is explicitly defined. Whereas in our case, the components should be able to manage their own layout. So the goal is to make React Native be self-aware of layout updates that happen on native components so that we can have dynamic-sized native components. So when React Native side needs to render native components, you need to create a view manager that will initiate the components for you. For React Native to be self-aware of the component layout updates that we need to wrap the component to be rendered as a wrapper view's child. This wrapper view will then be responsible to observe size change and notify it to the UI manager. So for Android, we did it by overriding the onMeasure method. We measured the component's actual size and update it to the React Native side with UI manager module .update not size method there at the bottom. As for the iOS, we did by overriding the subviews methods. More or less the same as Android, we get the size of the components bound and set it to the UI manager. So it's pretty simple and straightforward solution. Now, on the other side of things, we also researched and found the solution on how to render React Native UI components on native screens. Now, the native components can define their own size. We use that as a single source of truth. Now, one single UI component can be shared to Android, native and React Native, iOS, and also web platform. We use it as well to share React Native product components to native products. So how did we make it work? So actually, there is an official guide regarding integrations with native app. As we have experience with the brownfield approach, the way we render React Native components is not that complicated for us. The interesting part is how we create a communication tunnel between React Native and native. Our goal is to make the contract looks familiar for Android and iOS engineers. So I'm going to explain the communication definition with an example. We have an input field component here, where it has value and unchanged props. And also, you can access the validate method, for example, from its ref. These three have distinct communication types. For number one, we use properties to pass primitive values from native to React Native. And we also use native modules to pass callbacks from React Native to native. The third one, we also use events to call React Native functions, in this case validate, from native side, and return the value back to native by using native modules. So let's take a look at the communication types one by one, shall we? So for the first communication type, properties, it's quite straightforward. We use React root view on the native side to render a React Native component. It has a method called app.properties to pass properties directly to the JavaScript side, like shown here. For the second communication type, callbacks, the JavaScript side, in this case input field, needs to call a native module every time the onChange method gets called. This native module needs to find the native input field view by using React tag. As the view implements a delegate or implements an interface on Android, we can access the delegate and call the onNotify method provided. And just like that, the component is notified that a change happens on the JavaScript side. The Android implementation is more or less similar to the iOS one. And the last communication type is events that we use to trigger React Native method from the native side. So for this, the JS side has to listen a specific event differentiated by its React tag. As you can see here, I use event ID. Why is it necessary? It is because we need to ensure that the native will trigger the event for the right JavaScript component. When the JavaScript side has been notified and has run the specific method, it returns the value of the method using the native module, just like the previous type. So for this, to sum it up, we use properties to pass primitive data from native to React Native, native modules for callbacks and return values, and the third one, we use events to trigger JavaScript methods. OK, so the last but not least research that we did for Traveloka and application is whether it is possible to release a specific product JavaScript code using code push. We call it independent release. For context, code push is an OTA update from App Center that enables React Native to deploy mobile app updates, in this case, JavaScript code and assets directly to their users' devices. So the goal for this is for each product team to be able to define their own timeline and release independently. So during our research in 2018, Traveloka released a new app version monthly. It creates a limitation for products to do fast iterations. If a certain feature timeline gets delayed, the team needs to either force the product to be released on time, compromising several pending ongoing tasks, or delay the feature to be released the following month. Other than that, Independent release benefits users to only download the products or the Delta updates that they need. To make it possible, we need to do these two things. First, split the single bundle that we have to multiple bundles. And the second one, we also need to create in-house code push mechanism that supports that multiple bundle management. Okay, so for the first task, we split our single bundle, in this case, index bundle, into several products bundle and a single bundle that we call vendor bundle. Vendor bundle is a shared bundle, so React Native goes there, other dependencies goes there and everything. We did it by customizing our Metro config. So after the separation is done on runtime, each product activity on Android or View controller on iOS is able to access only their product bundle and vendor bundle and nothing more. For the second task that we need to do, let's first take a look at its original, at the code push original flow. So for code push to happen, the JS entry, in this case product entry, needs to request code push to sync. Basically checks for and applies available updates. And the orchestration happens on there, on the JavaScript side. Code push JS will then can connect to the native modules to download, bundle, or apply it, and it can also connect to the acquisition SDK to handle all API calls. On the native side, product activity and product view controller, we only need to get the bundle path from code push native side. So for this, we have to make several changes to make it work for us. As we are currently handling multiple bundles at the same time, we need code push to be able to handle that by creating code push instance for a single bundle. We also need it to be developed natively and decoupled from React context. With that, we can trigger updates checking from anywhere we want, even when it's on background surface or on our homepage and everything. This means that the JavaScript code for these in-house solutions only handles report success only if the bundles are successfully applied. So we are at the end of the presentations. To sum everything, our architecture improvements are more often based on the benefits that I shared at the beginning. Our district system maximizes the reusability level. We have core libraries that are shareable to every other unit for each platform, Android, iOS, and web. It doesn't matter if it's on the demand side or supply side. That also, in a way, contributes to the certain time to market, as everything shareable has been developed. So you don't actually have to start from scratch on bootstrapping a new application. And then, if we talk about how we even share React Native and native UI components between the two, of course, it is back to reusability and certain time to market. But it also opens up the possibility that we don't need to create something from scratch on the native side if the products are fully in React Native and vice versa. By using React Native, we can maximize having one knowledge pool for both React Native and web. And not to forget how enabling independent release also contributes a lot to certain time to market. Each product can manage their own release timeline, just like how we usually do it on the backend side. So there is still a lot that we can and will do with React Native, not to mention the many things to unpack from each point I presented that cannot be explored in this session. But I hope this presentation can give you a better understanding on how we utilize React Native to maximize its benefit at Traveloka. As I've said in the beginning, some tools that work for others might not work for us. I hope you can take something beneficial away from this presentation. That's it. Thank you. Thank you. So if you want to know more about React Native at Traveloka, you can read our articles on Traveloka Engineering Medium. All of our articles are prefixed with React Native at Traveloka, so it will be easy for you to find. Thank you, everyone.
OK, thank you. Another round of applause. Our first talk. That's amazing. OK, so I've been asked to do a little housekeeping here. FAQ that's been going around is, when is there some party type thing after this? So to answer that question, the bar in the back is going to be open at 5:30. So you can wait, or there's food and non-alcoholic drinks that'll be out. You can also go across the street, and there's some really good food trucks there. There's a place called Andros. I don't actually know how to pronounce it, but they have this like really big sandwich with cranberry sauce in it that I remembered from 2 years ago when I was here, and it's amazing. So you should have that if you're very, very hungry. Great, so the next Canadian to speak today is Sean, and he's going to be talking about some Web3 related things that I don't know much about, but he thankfully does. So I'll let him go.
Cool. Hello, hello. OK, cool. Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction. My name is Sean, and I'll be speaking with Janek, who will come shortly, about scaling Web3 with StarkNet and React Native. I know this conference mostly was about React Native, so I'm glad to be speaking something about Web3, which is what a lot of other people outside of this conference might be talking about. And I would like to thank Software Mansion for being such gracious hosts, and also Software for giving us this opportunity to speak with you today. So a brief introduction about Janek and I. We started the library, StarkNet.js. I also work on a lot of open source projects like Blockchain CLI, Coin CLI, and also I built a lot of products around the architecture of blockchain under the hood. So if you want to study or look at the technology a little bit more deeply, feel free to check out my open source repos or some of the websites that I've built. And Janek, he's also a core contributor to StarkNet.js. He's one of the lead engineers at Argent, and they built Argent X, which is the first wallet on top of StarkNet. And he also contributes to open source and some of the libraries that we love, like Next.js. So before I sort of really dig deep into it, I sort of want to give a broad overview of why should I even care about Web3, right? Like you probably read about Web3 in the news, on TV, but why should I even really care about this sort of new technology? So I think the fundamental thing about Web3 is you actually get ownership of digital assets, right? And you don't just get ownership, but you also own digital assets, and you can participate in the economy very permissionlessly, right? Nobody needs to give you permission for you to participate in this economy, and it's also extremely secure. So if there is some sort of vulnerability, usually it's only on the individual rather than the whole system. So I'll go into more detail about each of these topics, but I think for the first time, we really had some sort of ownership on the internet, and I think that's extremely interesting. So in terms of ownership, like you sort of own assets on the internet. It's proven with mathematics and cryptography, right? Like some of you guys use Giec, so you might know you have a public key and a private key, and basically in the blockchain database, you have your public address that says you own 10 Bitcoins, and then you have your private key to actually verify that you're actually the owner of some sort of digital value, right? So this really gives you personal ownership of digital assets on the internet. So you don't actually need to go to a bank to open a bank account, right? You don't need to go through like so much paperwork and read all the fine print. And you don't need a bank to tell you that you have $500 in the funds, right? You don't need to go to a bank to withdraw your money, and then your value is also not owned by a company, right? Like Facebook doesn't own all of your data, and also if you're in World of Warcraft playing a game, right? It's like Blizzard that owns sort of all the value inside the ecosystem. You can't really bring that value outside and sort of trade with other games or other assets. And also your value is not owned by the government also, right? Like a lot of these days, governments start printing money and then it causes hyperinflation. In this sort of ecosystem, all the code is open source, and you can sort of read how the protocol works, so everything is very transparent, and also if you don't like it, you can sort of go your own way, which sort of segues really nicely to the next point, which is it's permissionless, right? So anyone can participate, anyone can launch their own sort of rules and their own tokens if they want to, and if they don't like the rules, they can always fork and create their own rules. Right? And they can also create unstoppable programs, right? Like if they choose to censor someone, you can always build a new app that uses the same data because all the data is on the blockchain and the blockchain data is all shared with everyone. So if you don't like, how the rules of one app or company, you can always build your own differently and then you share the same data. And you can also participate in securing the network, right? So anyone can sort of spin up a node or in proof of stake, stake their own tokens to sort of secure the network. And anyone can just participate very openly because everything's like on the internet. And which brings me to the next point, which is security, right? Like even though you might read about scams, and that does happen a lot, like a lot of individuals get scammed in the ecosystem, but a lot of times those attacks are not on a big surface area, right? Like if you see like a data breach in a traditional database, a lot of people's private data get compromised, or if they're in a bank and that bank gets hacked, then a lot of people's funds are at stake, right? And then in sort of blockchains, it's very secure such that the attack surface area is usually only on the individual. So only individuals can get their funds compromised, but usually it doesn't leak out and it doesn't affect other users. And there's also incentive alignment, right? Like people work together to sort of secure the network, and at the same time they get rewarded in some type of way. And the more people that participate in this ecosystem, the more secure the network becomes. So that's also a property that's very good if you want something of value on the internet, right? You want it to be secure and you want it to be permissionless because you don't want someone to control and own the value that you inherently should be owning. So what are some of the what are people doing with Web3? Like what are some of the use cases that we sort of see? And like DeFi and NFTs are some of the bigger use cases, but I think like not too many people really understand what's really happening. So DeFi is sort of like you can do finance without all the middlemen, right? And with NFTs, you can sort of own a unique digital property. So I'll go into more detail what these two things really mean. So with DeFi, like in traditional finance, maybe if you've had the experience of sending some funds overseas, right? Like if I want to send funds from Canada to Poland, for example, I might have to go through many clearing houses, and then it might take a couple of days, right? And I might need to pay fees from multiple institutions. So like with DeFi, you don't really have that, right? Because you just have code running in the blockchain that facilitates the trust. Right? You don't need to trust all these institutions anymore. You just trust code that runs publicly on these like databases or blockchains. And then another example would be like if you want to exchange some sort of value, like I want a USD for Canadian, or if I want to buy some sort of stock, right? I need to open a brokerage to do that. Well, you can do that in a decentralized fashion where you can swap tokens just based on smart contracts, right? And then these contracts sort of facilitate the transfer between value of two parties. And also even like loans, right? Like you don't need to go to a bank to get a loan. You can sort of get loans based on some parameters in code, and then you can do it very, very permissionlessly. So this sort of gives you like more efficiency, right? A lot of transparency because a lot of this code is open source, and you get a lot more security. And yeah, and then when you actually program these programs on the blockchain, they call them smart contracts. You really feel that money and value becomes programmable. And then there's NFTs, right? Obviously, like there's a huge amount of hype in this ecosystem, but I think the really interesting use case here is like digital artists can really earn income by themselves, right? Like you typically, digital artists, they need to work as part of a big institution, right? Like maybe a game company or a marketing agency. It's very hard for them to be independent on the internet because like people just like Command C, Command B, right? But then now you can actually cryptographically prove that you are the original artist of this piece of digital art. And that gives it a lot more value. And I think in terms of business models, it's also very good for creators because if I create a piece of NFT and then I sell it to Yannick, and then Yannick sells it to someone else, I actually get secondary royalties. So in the program, if I say like on every secondary sale, I get 5%. Then like as my art piece gets traded, I get rewarded with every transaction, right? So if you look at like some of the very unfortunate artists, great artists in our era, like Van Gogh, or for example, a lot of his early artworks are worth the most, but unfortunately, he's not able to capture a lot of that value as a artist, right? And this sort of really helps with that because with every secondary sale, the primary artist also gets rewarded with each secondary sale. And also with digital assets like games as well, right? Like you're not tied to one ecosystem. Like maybe if I own a sword in World of Warcraft, I can compose it and then use that same sword in another game, right? Because the ownership is really by me, and it's not really by these game companies that own the assets and control it. So a lot of times if you're looking at the NFT ecosystem, a lot of developers are trying to bring value and utility to those assets instead of like the game company trying to own the entire IP. So in that case, like in some way, culture becomes tokenized because if you create any like creative piece and you're trying to get eyeballs on it, and then you can like trade on that very efficiently. So obviously, it comes without saying there's a lot of challenges in the blockchain and crypto space. And I think the biggest one is like the blockchain trilemma, right? Like typically, you can only pick 2 out of the 3. And if you look at some of the most valuable blockchains like Bitcoin and Ethereum, they typically choose decentralized and also secure, which in my opinion makes a lot of sense because if you want value on the internet, you probably want it to be decentralized because you don't want a single entity owning the value that you own, right? And you want it to be secure. So then if something gets compromised, not everyone is compromised. And at the expense, like it's not very scalable, right? Like if you run transactions on Bitcoin or Ethereum, it's extremely expensive. And because of that, there's a big scaling challenge here. So StarkNet sort of aims to solve the scalability issue that we see in traditional blockchains like Bitcoin and Ethereum. So how it does that is with layer 2s, right? Like even in Bitcoin, there's like Lightning Network, which sort of functions like a layer 2 as well. So if you look at StarkNet, StarkNet is a layer on top of Ethereum, right? So Ethereum is the layer 1, and StarkNet is the layer 2. And what it does is it batches all these 3 transactions together, and then it turns it into a proof that sends as a single transaction to Ethereum, and then Ethereum verifies that that proof is correct. Right? It's sort of like a bundling, right? If you have a lot of files and then you zip all these files into one zip, it's usually smaller, right? So in this case, it's taking a lot of transactions and then creating a cryptographic proof, and then the layer 1 verifies that that proof is correct. So you sort of get the properties of decentralization and security because the source of truth is still on layer 1, right? But you also get the scalability of a layer 2. So users and developers will actually build on the layer 2, and then these transactions will be batched together and then settled on Ethereum layer 1. So typically what they call layer 1 blockchains, they call them settlement layers, and then with layer 2s like StarkNet, they call them processing layers. So yeah. And then what you get is like over up to 100 times transaction fee savings. Like I remember sometimes when I bought NFTs, right? Like the NFT transaction fee costs more than the NFT itself. And sometimes it costs like $50 to $200, right? So it's definitely not something that average users could accept. So finally, like what is StarkNet.js? So StarkNet.js is a library that I started and collaborate very closely with Arjun on. And we're sort of the library that connects apps to the layer 2 network, right? So the library allows apps to communicate to the network, like send transactions, get data from the network to build decentralized apps. So StarkNet.js actually works very nicely with React Native. And I'll hand it off to Yanek, who will be giving a demo of StarkNet.js in action with React Native. So thank you.
Hello all. Yeah, I will do the demo on StarkNet.js inside of React Native. So we have learned what StarkNet.js is. But first of all, I will let you know the most important thing. It will be a short demo, so you will make it to the beers. It won't take too long, so don't worry about it, yes? All right, so first of all, I will show the wallet. Then I will just give a sneak peek into the code, just to cover like one single part of it, how to use StarkNet.js, which is our main library. And then we have a little giveaway, 800 zlotys, which I don't know how much it was, but yeah, so we will do that in a way which I will explain later. So I'm pretty sure all of you will have a look in the code today. Oh, thank you. All right, cool. So it was my first time ever using React Native. So I'm a little bit different than you all. But yeah, the first time using React Native, it was quite easy to set up. And I was really surprised how well it worked with StarkNet.js. So my company, Argent, we are building a full wallet on top of StarkNet currently, which you can see on the right, hopefully, yeah. All right. And this is like the customer-grade product we are building. The whole network is still in alpha, so it breaks like daily, but that's just expected. On the left, you can see my neat little App.js demo, which will be open sourced soon. And it's just using the same library, StarkNet.js, the same library we have used to build the ArgentX wallet. So we are currently tackling the Chrome extension part of things. If you may want to cover the React Native things, then I don't need to do this. All right, so we can just basically see an amount, like a balance for an address, which is down here. And you have basic functionalities like receive tokens and send tokens. Token in this case is just Ether. So I built a very simple app, and probably all of you will joke on me for the code quality on this. But for my standards, it's working pretty well. So you can send and you can receive. And it's actually on the same network than our ArgentX, obviously. And if somebody could explain how this deprecation error can go away, that would be great. So we can send an amount to a recipient, which is just the app. And we need to pay a network fee on that, which is really tiny. So it's 2 cents US dollar currently, which is one of the main benefits on on StarkNet, sorry. So if we sign that, It will take some time, network issues, but that's no problem. So as you can see, the transfer went through. So it will take some time to arrive, but until it arrives, we will just have a look at the code, which is in the other direction. All right, so all I'm doing in React Native is, I never escaped Expo, obviously, because I'm a noob, but I installed StarkNet, and you can just use every primitive of StarkNet.js inside of React Native, which is pretty nice. So yeah, this is just some React magic. Don't blame me for the code and for the hard-coded stuff. Yeah, so this is just a React hook, which has a couple of lines. And the most important parts on these is that we need a secret to prove that it's us. So we are randomly generating a secret. And then the secret gets stored and gets reused all the time. Normally, this would work differently, obviously, and would be bound to a user. From that secret, we can derive an address, like a public key, cryptographic key. So with everybody who has a public key can verify transactions that we have made with the secret. And then from that, plus a few other parameters, we can calculate an address, which is an address on top of StarkNet. And given these three values, we can initiate just the account primitive from StarkNet.js, which will provide us a bunch of methods to do the most common things, like executing transactions, checking balances, all that stuff you would expect. So yeah, that's my very bad demo. And to get to the last point, I got my CEO to approve a little bit of money to give away, which is great. One of the benefits if you work on Web3. And the whole code will be open sourced. So you can see the link in the presentation. And I would say first comes, first served. So if you find the secret inside of the demo code and you know how to use it, that's the tricky part actually, then congrats, you have won $200 US, 800 zloty. All right, that's it. Yeah. And enjoy the beers. Should take it with me.
Great. Well, it's been a pleasure to be up here on stage joking around all day. Let's get a round of applause for all the speakers who spent hours and hours preparing and stressing and traveling from really far away to get here. They did a great job. We've got another round of speakers tomorrow, another pair of hosts that will be up here. So yeah, thanks a lot. And the bar opens at 5:30, as I said before. So stick around, get some food, hang out here, whatever you want to do. You are now free, and there's no other entertainment on this stage. Thanks. Bye. Finger food.